Williams.
Thank you, sir. All right, Commissioner Williams, do you yield?
I do have another, situation. We've got ongoing problems with recreation, with engineering, with some other things, or what have you. You need to let me know which way you want to go. But I'd like to hear Dr. Malik speak about how this budget is going to affect engineering.
All right, Dr. Malik.
Good morning. I appreciate giving me that opportunity. I'm going to be very brief to the point. So engineering has engineering environmental services have several budgets, but my main focus is 4 budgets, 2 with the environmental services and 2 with the engineering. So I'll start with the engineering, and one is the engineering maintenance budget. In 2023, there were around 40 locations were transferred to engineering from Park and Rec, about the maintenance of landscape area, right-of-way, median.
I can't hear. Can you start over?
Yeah, sorry for the disruption, sir. Can you start over if you don't mind? Start over.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Good morning again. So engineering has several budgets, but my focus is, and first I appreciate giving me opportunity to bring it to your attention some of the concern I have as a director of engineering and environmental services with the proposed budget and expected services to be delivered during 2024. So first one is engineering maintenance budget. During 2023 or 2023 budget, there was 40 locations, or 40 plus locations from Parker Recs in the roadway, right-of-way, landscape area, median maintenance were transferred to engineering from Park and Recs, and the arrangement was that it would be maintained by contract services because engineering doesn't have enough resources. So we did the contract, and the bid was $700,000. So this year, there was $500,000 allocated in the budget, so the scope was reduced, or it became a blended effort this year. So engineering is doing some other work, and Park and Rec still doing some other work. So we have a contractor of $400,000 this year. So next year, actually, there's nothing allocated to take care of that service. So engineering will carry on with $400,000, this contract, whatever, but somewhere in the middle of the year, there will be no funds allocation. So I want to bring it to this body attention that that service, there's no way for engineering to carry that service for throughout 2024. So there should be fund allocated to make up the difference so the contract can be carried out throughout the year to the end, and also some of the services that Park and Rec right now doing, if that's the will of the commission, the engineering should take care of or take over 100% of that, then that funding also should be allocated to this budget. So that is actually under the expense sheet, tab 4 is showing road and walkway. Others right now is showing minus $465,450 reduction in the previous budget. So that's one of the key concerns I have, and I want to bring it to this body attention on that part. So the second is on the stormwater fee on that part. The way stormwater fee budget is proposed and balanced, there's several concerns I have with that, but there's 2 key concerns. One is there's $485,000 or, is approximate number. They're around that, under the lab salaries included in the budget. See, if that's the case, that means really engineering cannot hire anybody in that program because lab salaries already taken into account. At least that's the way I'm reading, to balance the budget. And again, that means, it will affect the services we provide under that program. The second is allocation around 373,880 to RCCI from the stormwater fee. So this is not a new discussion. I brought it up several times, but one of the thing I want to bring it to this body's attention, that I had that conversation with the previous administrator, and that time he agreed to fund that under ARP, and there was fund allocated that time around 200 or 300 something. So that needs to be looked at really. What is the balance fund left in the ARP that was allocated in 2022 budget? And then we also allocated, I came to this body and got approved some ARP fund for 2023, allocated to RCCI to provide inmates for ditch cutting and all that. So that needs to be looked at first. What is left in that? Because I have the running sheet of how many inmates we got. The way it should work is the salary should be charged for the supervisor that are allocated in engineering on a daily basis. So there are funds, balanced funds. So in my opinion, there's no need to fully fund RCCI in this budget of $373,000. So that would give relief to stormwater utility on that part of that. There are a few other things, but those are the two key concerns I have, and that will affect the services and my ability to meet your expectations on that. So that's for the second. The third budget is on the environmental services, the landfill budget. With action of this body, and I appreciate approving $5 rate increase, but still, that facility, it's way better than the way you all handed it to me, and we're working through it, and everything is in compliance. As of today, we have no violation from the permit side. But to keep that, and I do have an agenda item actually today on that too. Right now, the facility really, the revenue of the facility cannot support the proposed amount that is be taken out in payment in lieu of franchise. And we also provided some information. Our consultant, engineering consultant, did some review on depreciation, and recommendation was to reduce depreciation to $500,000 from the amount that were actually included. But that's not taken into account. And also, there's $1 million some change franchise fee coming out of that. Also, I want to point it out to that is that, again, it's my opinion that his fee is charged to $16 million. But out of the $16 million, the $4 million actually coming from the contract services, because the waste hauler, residential waste contract, the hauler doesn't pay for the disposal. So it's a line transfer. So, and I'm going to come to the contract at the last part, but franchise fee also charged to the contract. In my opinion, this $4 million is double counted and been charged twice, because it's coming out of one budget to the other, and his revenue is already counted in the one budget, and we counted it again. And that's something need to, because 400,000 times 6, is around $240,000, not around, actually, just $240,000. So right now, and there are also lab salary in the landfill budget, $358,290. Here, the operation are already struggling, and I have agenda item actually to improve the operation. So even that agenda item this body approved really doesn't mean anything because the money will not be there to do anything. So, and if you all remember, in 2021, around that time, there were $2 million added to really bring facility into compliance, and $7 million was added again in 2022. So, and facility is in compliance right now, but that's the agenda item really is to continue that services. So either the budget needs to be adjusted or then some money need to be pulled from reserve to continue the progress we are making on that. So that's something this body really need to take into consideration because one way or other, if we can't continue the service, the operation the way it is, it's going to go back to consent order, and Augusta probably going to end up spending a lot more money than really can be done right now with the lesser money. So, and then the other concern I have, the key concern is on the collection. Again, because I, as a director, submitted the balanced budget for all, but there were some areas I did not include it. In my opinion, those are questionable entry as questionable items really that need further discussion and need clarification. So again, in 2024 budget from the waste collection, there's $1.5 million going as a franchise fee, and to offset that, the revenue numbers are adjusted to make the budget balanced. But I have a concern, and the cost of service is going up. Every year, I came to this body a couple of months back. The rates were not adjusted, as the policy says, to offset the cost of services. They are being adjusted every year, and we actually are in a negotiation for the new contract for Zone 1. And I'll be bringing that update to the commission, hopefully the next commission meeting or the last, definitely. And right now, the way things are going, cost of that collection probably be higher than 30% than we're paying now. So I have a serious concern to continue the services if some of these charges to this contract are made and transferred to the general fund. So again, there is $50,000 lab salary also included in this budget. So these are the 4 budgets I have really serious concern for my ability to provide the services as expected or as promised.
All right. Dr. Malik, thank you so much. As I sit here, this is our 3rd budget work session. My question to you is, when you were discussing this, did you have opportunity to address this with the administrator while you were talking, as you were discussing the budget?
Yes, sir, multiple times.
Okay. All right.
I've got one last question.
All right. Commissioner from the 5th, I'm going to let you jump back in. Madam Administrator, is there anything you needed? Okay. Commissioner from the 5th, you have the floor, sir.
I got one last question. I'm looking in the book, and in the SPLOST, if I'm not mistaken, we've got about $6, $7, $8 million that we were going to use to build a new building for the juvenile court or what have you. That money was supposed to be transferred over to Craig Halton, correct?
That's correct.
The lines I'm looking at says we've only used about $300,000 to $400,000 of that money. And my question is that going to be enough to renovate, do the building, or what have you? I think you said something earlier that it was going to be more than that to renovate the building to $6-7 million.
That's correct. So no, that will not be a sufficient amount. However, in speaking with Central Services, he states that he will be able to use some of that, but no, it will not complete the renovation project.
So my question is, what all do we have to do to that building that's going to be more than $6-8 million? And I'm asking because I just don't know.
It's a full retrofit. However, that question would be best answered by Ron Lampkin, our Central Services Director. As it relates to a SPOS project, he can provide you with the details that you're seeking regarding what is included in that scope of work. But it is a full retrofit of that building. And keep in mind that building is 100,000 square feet. And so based upon dollars that were approved in 2019-2020 versus 2023 funding levels, as well as the cost of doing business and construction materials, the two just no longer equate.
That's my last comment. We'll probably have to cut our losses somewhere. Thank you. All right.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner from the 5th. Chair recognizes Commissioner Guilfoyle from the 10th. Floor is yours, sir.
You sure?
You're in the queue. Finally.
Yeah. Malik, thank you for coming before us. You spoke about lap salary. You spoke about collection needs further discussion and clarification. You know, your department, which you covered, the engineering, the landfill, the stormwater, you got a lot of moving parts. And for anybody behind this dais to get a clear understanding exactly what you need, I can't put it that way. Some of my colleagues could. It might be best before the next budget session that we have that Donna last week spoke about, you know, if there's needs further discussion, all you got to do is reach out to them. They'd be happy to discuss the budget to get this solved. The last thing we need, because your department's one of the departments we rely on, we call on all the time to have services done, which directly impacts the constituents out there. I don't know if my colleagues have a problem with that, but I think that might be a great thing to do, that you sit down with the administrator, the finance director, and try to get these issues resolved. Did the finance or the administrator speak to you about this pilot program or the PILOF program, PILOFF program in lieu of franchise fees that's presented before us?
No, sir. We really did not have in-depth discussion on that, other than, you know, okay, this is the fee which commission charge. So,
Okay.
yeah, I'm open to sit down and come up with a workable solution.
All right. Mr. Mayor, can I speak with the finance director, Donna Williams?
Wait just a second. I see the interim administrator has a hand up.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. And Commissioner Guilfoyle, I would like to speak to your question. Dr. Malik and I have had multiple conversations regarding his disagreement regarding pilot as well as PILOF. This is not just for FY24, but we've had identical conversations even in preparation for the FY23 budget, in which Dr. Malik does not feel that the the Environmental Services Department should be paying those payments in lieu of taxes as well as in lieu of franchise fees. So even prior to my administration, there's been ongoing conversation regarding it, even as such that this body made decisions to alter that arrangement in regards to his stormwater fees.
Right. Madam Administrator, actually the landfill, the utilities paid two different fees that I had brought up a couple weeks ago. One is the franchise. The other one is, I'm trying to find it right now, which is basically the same thing as a franchise fees. Dr. Malik, can you reflect to that terminology for me? Recovery. It's recovery for waste management and solid waste. So they actually getting hit twice. Would that be correct? For basically the same thing?
It's indirect cost allocation.
Dr. Malik?
Yeah, I think Commissioner may be referring to indirect cost allocation and franchise fee.
And Commissioner, you asked, was that the same thing? No, it is not. The payment in lieu of taxes or payment in lieu of franchise fees is not the same as indirect cost allocation. Those indirect cost allocations are for internal services.
All right, and as far as this pilot program, have y'all did a comparison between, because it's going to be based off of personal property, because I get hit every year from the tax assessor's office for what I have in my warehouse. So that's basically the same setup this pilot program is in. Do y'all have a cost comparison sheet versus the 6% versus the pilot program, exactly what impact it would have for that department?
Yes, sir.
You do?
We do this calculation every year as a part of the budget process. We take his net assets times 40% times the millage rate. We apply the formula that is set that I put on the screen just a little while ago. So we go through this calculation every single year to bring these numbers forward as a part of the budget process. It's a consistent and ongoing application of the very same formula based on current information.
So there's no difference between the franchise and the pilot is what?
Yes, sir, that's what I explained just a little bit ago. The payment in lieu of taxes is based on net assets. The payment in lieu of franchise is a formula based on gross revenue. The indirect cost allocation, which was the other part of the presentation that I did last year in September.
I wasn't here, Don.
Yeah, I got it, but it's a rerun. It was done in 17, 18. I mean, I don't have to get real original with some of these questions that keep coming back up. But the indirect cost allocation is a method that is recommended, supported by the Government Finance Officers Association, ACCG, and all the other entities that advise organizations that have funds other than the general fund, which the general fund bears most of the overhead costs. And if I'm repeating myself, I apologize. But things such as your HR department, your finance department, your procurement department, central services, any part of the general fund that provides support services, even to the commission itself, a portion of your salaries is included in the indirect cost allocation, because not only do you govern the general fund, you govern all the other funds that Augusta administers. So there is an outside firm that comes in. There are a few that are recognized and are qualified to do this to the level of scrutiny that is allowed by the federal government, so that it is accepted by HUD, by FTA, and FFA.
All right.
So we go through this whole process, and that's how the indirect cost allocation comes. It's not a number that finance comes up with. This is an externally generated number from a qualified firm.
All right, Donna, as far as the look ahead for year 25 expenses, ARP, salary supplements, training performance contract, ambulance contract supplement, and then ESD demolition program. The other ones would be that we're going to be facing is the street lights, as well as the RS, which is unknown variable. It's unknown number at this moment. Would that be correct? That we're going to be facing?
The plan is to address streetlights in 2024, so it should be resolved by 2025. I believe it was mentioned in one of the previous work sessions that the target is February, March, to have ongoing and serious discussions about a resolution to the streetlight fees.
And can you give us a snippet what your expectations or plans are for the streetlights?
My plan has never changed. It is to be able to generate sufficient revenue to be able to cover the cost of the services that are being provided.
Thank you.
All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner Francine Scott.
Madam Administrator, let me make sure I heard this right. You and all your directors meet, and do you all meet after, after each work session to see whether adjustment needs to, or how do you do that? And that could be rhetorical, because here we are today, and we still cannot say, well, I can't for sure vote for a budget today. In light of what Dr. Malik is saying, I have some concerns with the 2.9 with the library, and then we're going up, because I thought last year or at middle of the year, we made the library whole because they owed us some money. And so now are we giving them a 2.9? Is this going to be a budget, something that we have in the budget every year, or this is something I'm a little concerned about? And I know I went from engineering to budget, but it's kind of confusing up here to me.
So if I could answer both of your questions. The first, you asked if I meet with department directors after each budget work session. If there are budget amendments that relate to that particular department that will affect their budget, yes. The only department in this case that was affected was Parks and Recreation, and I've spoken with Director McDowell concerning the amendments to his budget. Concerning the items that Dr. Malik brought up today, I was not aware that he would be presenting this information to you today. We have had conversations in various spurts regarding several of the matters he presented before you. One thing I do want to point out that I holistically agree with him is that his current funding structure for environmental services in regards to his revenues over his expenses does need to be adjusted. However, that recommendation came from Dr. Malik earlier this year, which included the increase of $5 to $10 over what was currently proposed. But if that amount, if those proposed revenue increases does not cover his expenses, then by all means, continue to evaluate your expenses to ensure that your revenues either exceed or at a minimum meet your expense level. Also, he mentioned the additional services that he is taking over from Parks and Recreation. Those dollars were communicated to this body as well as Dr. Malik that was a one-year pilot program that we would fund. Within that same year, if you recall, I presented to this body a plan for us to handle our groundskeeping services for not only Parks and Recreation, but also engineering. That plan was taken as information only. So yes, if we continue to fund that project in which engineering would continue those contractual services, additional monies would need to be put into his budget, but that would be for FY25 because his contract hasn't even started yet. So he has the dollars for FY24. Your second question was surrounding the library. The funds that were allocated to the library were from ARP to cover the debt that they owed Augusta. That has been zeroed out. The $2.9 million on your screen is the current allocation that the library has received for FY23. That dollar amount is included in the budget for FY24, along with making the change that the body has presented today in the amount of $150,000.
All right. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 4th. Commissioner Scott, you good? All right.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Commissioner
Mayor.
Mason.
I'm going to need Dr. Malik back up in the chute with the caveat that he uses his good voice. Clarity.
I'm sorry, man. It is what it is. As the engineering service chair, I do have a couple of concerns. There was a mention of well, you mentioned like 4 different items, 4 different concerns. I want to talk about Did I hear you say that there was lapsed salaries that were used to balance?
Yes, sir. That's what we extracted from what's entered in the system. So there are lab salaries in stormwater fee, significant amount, and lab salary in the landfill account.
So if there's lapsed salaries, then that equates out to no hiring. Is that correct?
That's correct,
Would that be
because that
correct?
money is not there in the budget, so.
Okay. When you say soon, we're trying to do a budget here. And maybe, who, Donna?
I'm sorry.
We were talking about lapsed salaries and to balance expenses. And in my experience, if you use lapsed salaries to balance expenses, then there's no room for hiring. Would that be a correct statement?
That's not the practice here, sir.
Oh,
Okay. Lap salaries is a projection of the value of the vacancies that occur during the year.
value.
Yes, sir. It does help. It does balance the budget because every position in every department is not going to be filled 365 days a year.
Right, hence we have
So
180
you are
something
going to have
vacancies.
naturally occurring lapsed salaries. There's really no other terminology for it. We budget at 100% on these line items. Then because we know theory versus reality, so we know in reality that all those positions are not going to be filled all year long. So we recover a part of that in order to allow it to be expended in operational line items. In stormwater, right now, we do projections and evaluations of lapsed salaries by fund each month in the finance department. The most recent one for the stormwater fund, there were approximately 10 vacancies at the end of the month. And through the end of October, the lapsed salaries in the stormwater fund are projected to be close to $1 million. So to budget for $485,000 for the next year seems entirely reasonable to the finance department.
Okay, so actually hiring could take place if need
Yes,
be.
we don't prohibit anyone from hiring
I
anybody
just
because
I
of the
just want to
lapsed
get the clarity
salary.
for all of us because
No, sir, that is
we don't want to paint you know what I'm saying? We don't want to paint a picture that's inaccurate.
Right.
Right. So hence the questions. Okay. My second one is to get some more clarity on the services that were transferred from Parks and Rec to engineering. And I just want to make sure we hear that again, what the purpose, because there was no fund allocation with that transfer. And I'm also hearing about an additional $80,000 being taken from Parks and Recreation. So I'm trying to figure out how does all of this work out? Some of the responsibilities have been transferred to engineering, no fund allocation, and then we're also taking an additional $80,000 from Parks and Rec. Can you kind of square that for me?
Sure. So your first question was in relation to the services that were moved from Parks and Recreation to engineering. If you recall, earlier this year, it was proposed in the FY23 budget in FY22. But the proposal was, because engineering already has right-of-way maintenance contracts throughout the city of Augusta, to add on additional services from Parks and Recreation to Dr. Malik's either existing contract or for him to go out and procure a new contractor, which he did. And in doing so, those services amounted to, as he stated, $750,000. We only had $500,000, and so it required a reduction in scope of services. That then left some of those services with Parks and Recreation that did not move, and some of the services were then transferred to engineering by way of this particular contract. There was $500,000 that is also included to support the services that were added to that contract. It was stated that that would be for 1 year. If Augusta continues to fund those services for FY25, that would need to be included in the budget.
Can I stop you right there?
Sure.
I'm going to come to you in just a second, but is a reduction in the scope really something that we ought to be looking at when we're talking about the Garden City and really getting things cleaned up?
So the reduction in scope was done for funding purposes only. The services are still being allocated for. They're just not all compiled under one particular contract. So Parks and Recreation still maintains some of those services, and the departments worked together to decide what services would leave Parks and Recreation and what services would be handled by this particular contract.
So there's where I have some concerns because it's difficult. I know you're saying they work together to determine what's what, but it's a little difficult for us up here trying to figure out who to call for what purpose, and that's just been an ongoing problem that I was hoping that we'd be able to solve more sooner than later. Doc, you had something to reply to that, and I got one more, Mr. Mayor, after that. If you got something to reply to what I've been asking of the administrator.
Yeah, just to bring more clarity to this conversation. So the contract was to do everything. So right now, engineering take care of.
When you say do everything,
it's at the landscape area. So it's a year-round contract. Mowing, sprinkler system, irrigation, some landscape. Okay. So since the money was only $500,000, so it scaled back to engineering, just do the mowing and that kind of services like we do for right-of-way, and park going to continue maintaining the landscape part of the same location. So it's kind of blended. So 700 is the need. The contract is executed, and it's a year-round contract. It's not like winter or summer. And contractor is going to start work this month, next month. So there will be funds depleted this year from allocated amount. It's more cost-effective, either engineering take over completely or keep it with Park and Rec. So again, it's going to be, who is responsible, all that. So whatever the difference for next year is and the balance need to be added to the 2024 budget. So the contract will continue to cover the entire 2024, including services, which Park and Rec right now doing it, and they are under the, Maurice can talk more about it, that at some point it will be transitioned to engineering. But if the funding is not there, it's going to stay that way, and then there will be question, who is doing this part and who is not doing. Henry Street is the prime example, is one of that location. So engineering taking care of right-of-way cutting, but the Park and Rec take care of the trees and the sprinklers and all of this stuff.
So when we had a discussion earlier this year, in reference to this pilot program, did you have a clear understanding of what that was about and how that was going to work?
My understanding was, and we had that discussion, we mean administrator and her team and myself, and that discussion in summary ended, if engineering will take over, it will be contract services because engineering does not have in-house ability, and it will be the full transfer. There was no discussion that is only 1 year activity.
So let me ask you this: what's the number in terms of dollar value that you would need that would help with the concerns that you have? What are we looking at?
So the contract is $700,000 per year.
And you got $500,000.
No, sir. Out of that, with some money already been used, some other cleanup of things. So we have $400,000 allocated right now. It divided for So there's some money will be used this month, November and December, so we're probably gonna leave with around 300.
So I didn't hear the need. I heard you say what would be left, but I didn't hear the need.
Yes,
Did anybody hear the need? No, he said that would be left. Oh,
so there will be need another $350,000.
okay, and so there was 150,000 difference between what was being asked for the library, which he reduced it to 150 requests if that was to go. So there's 150,000 there that could be utilized. And we're now hearing that for the public library, they'd be willing to go down to 100,000, so there would be another 50,000, so that's 200,000. I'm just saying, can we get to that number and be done with this? Can we get to that number, Administrator, and let's roll with this budget? Can we get with that?
Commissioner, I'm hesitant to respond to your question. While I feel that we can get to that number, it's also key to point out that the original contractor's estimate that came back included costs that weren't necessary. Yes, we can get to that number if that's the decision of this body.
Are we making any, this is not a motion today, is it? Is it?
No, this is a work session.
Well, I
so
wish we would take that as more than just information, but as action. That, that's just.
Direction is needed to know what to include in the proposed
Can we do that
budget
today?
on Tuesday.
I don't think we can in this session. We cannot.
Yeah,
We cannot in this session.
Where's the attorney? Oh.
All right.
motion.
He can't. Madam Attorney?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, since this is a work session, we can't take any action such as that.
No action to be taken.
But you can tell me.
Get the gist of what we're saying here.
So Commissioners, am I clear to understand that you would like to leave the Canal Authority's allocation at the $150,000 as originally proposed? You did not make any changes to Mock Academy, so are you wanting to keep the $80,000 additional and then now reduce the public library's allocation? Was that $100,000 or $150,000?
I'll cry, but we can go, for the sake of the city of Augusta, we'll go to 100,000. For the sake of the city of Augusta.
And the original ask was 300,000, so there's 200,000 there.
And you got 150 that he didn't want.
And 150 that
They didn't want for the canal.
they didn't want for the canal, right? Oh, you didn't change it? Well, what the?
He agreed with, he had said 300.
I agree with what the administrator had recommended.
In underfunding option one.
Okay,
So
but
you got the money out there. You got it.
money's available. I can't make a motion.
Sure, I understand. Is it this body's intent to fund these additional needs from ARP?
Not mine. That's the point.
You talking, sorry.
Wherever,
All right.
from before.
Commissioner Mason, you still have the floor, sir.
Ask the question.
I'm going to step out the queue for a minute. I think
All right.
Commissioner Johnson got.
Chair recognizes the commissioner from the first, Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm getting ready to go there. This $450,000 we had budgeted for the audit.
$300,000 was budgeted for the audit.
So where's the 450? What was that coming?
450 was my estimate of what the audit services would cost.
So we're saying now 350.
No, sir,
I'm sorry.
$300,000 is included in the administrator's recommended budget for the audit. I was proposing to reduce the $300,000 to $150,000 to support the amendment request as presented today.
So the full ask is amounting right now to about, So if we just took that 300,000 altogether and put it towards these additional funding requests, we get where we want to go with maybe the difference coming from ARP or the difference coming from general fund or contingency.
Yes.
And how much is the additional ask coming up to? So that's 150.
Your
Okay.
total
So we
ask
could
now
do-
is $330,000.
So we're looking at $330,000 and we're looking for a funding source. There's $300,000 allocated for an internal audit that I don't think any one of us expected to cost that much money. We can get where we want to go if we reallocate that $300,000 to these additional funding requests and then take $30,000 from ARP. I can support that. We can support that and move forward with adopting the budget.
All right. Commissioner Johnson? You done, sir?
Yes.
You yield? All right. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 5th. Commissioner Williams, you up, sir.
All right, I just have an additional question about the library. The allocation for the library this year is the same as last year, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, but I've been receiving text messages and all kinds of crap. What about the maintenance costs with the library? My understanding is that, moving from the small library to the bigger library is really, in paying back the cost and what have you, was really the maintenance that drug it down. So with them not having to pay back a bill that was created previously, are they going to be able to keep up and pay their bills on time and what have you? How are they supposed to do the maintenance?
So I've had conversations with Mr. Mitchell and have instructed him to continue using central services as a means to handle his maintenance needs. He is also has been successful with receiving grant dollars to assist with maintenance of repair as well as renovation needs. Now, his operational expenses, to include his utility costs, those are still the library's responsibility. But we have recently completed a upgrade to his facility lighting, which should help offset some of his expenditures surrounding his utility costs.
I got you. I did talk with Ron Lampkin, and Ron Lampkin said that he does not have a quote-unquote directed amount of money for the library. So that would just come out of a general type situation with the central services for the library.
Well, and it depends on the need. In the past, the library has received capital dollars, and yes, the Central Services Department does have funding for municipal facilities, of which the library is a municipal facility. And so based upon the need, based upon the cost, the department would still be responsible for working with finance and the administrator's office to source funding.
I got you, but, and see, that's my problem, that the allocation for this year, and people up here saying 2.9 million, that's the same allocation that they had last year, and they were still behind. So I wanted something, that's why I asked for additional monies for the library, because we don't want them to fall back into that rut. Of course, I asked for 300,000. I'm willing to go to 100,000 on that, but we need to give them some additional cushion. People, we don't understand. I'm an educator. Many of you are not educators by trade. However, literacy is something that should be on the forefront when it comes to educating our children. The biggest problem in schools today is that you get a kid in the ninth grade, and he reads on the 5th to 6th grade level. And our libraries being able to operate in our communities at a level where they can help bring our kids up to the level where they should read is something that should be at the forefront of our thoughts and our allocations and what have you, that we should be able to reach into our communities and affect change in such a way that our schools are not rated as they are. Thank you.
Mayor Johnson, I have a note here that I did not answer the second part to Commissioner Mason's question regarding the transfer from Parks and Recreation.
All right, you can address that, madam.
Thank you. Commissioner Mason, you asked for more clarity surrounding the increase to Mock Academy. If you notice on your screen, there was an amended request during the last budget work session to increase Mock Academy's allocation from $220,000 to $300,000, which was a $80,000 difference. I contacted Parks and Recreation, had a conversation with the department director, asked him to search his budgets. He has several, to search his budgets to see if he could find the difference. He found it. While it will require a reduction in services, but those additional $80,000 have been sourced. But please note, to maintain a balanced budget, there will always be a reduction in one line item to increase another.
Sure. And, Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yes, sir.
When you said a reduction in services, that's just a generic statement. I didn't know specifically what type of services are being reduced. And that's where we can make a good educated decision in terms of whether that's a feasible or not feasible, or at least we know what the consequences may be.
Sure. In speaking with the department director, he stated that he has opted to reduce his salary line item for summer workers. The department director is present should you require specifics surrounding that and how that will affect the summer program.
And that's the only area?
That was the area in which he proposed, but do note that the department directors have the authorized ability to transfer funds from one budgeted item to another, to be able to make certain that they are using funds that have been allocated to them in the most prudent means possible.
And that's not something that needs to come before the commission?
No, it is not.
So is there a limit on that, in percentage or what have you?
So provided they do not move funds from their salary line item, they can move funds in between budgets from one line item to another, yes.
Okay.
Is there an amount?
Is that?
What's the amount? No amount, okay. There's no amount. I wanted to confirm that there is no amount. They can move funds, budget transfer, from one line item to another line item under their purview.
Commissioner Mason, you go with that answer, sir?
Am I good with it?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm good. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes. So.
All right, okay. I'll see you in the queue. Let me go to Commissioner. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 10th. You're on the key.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, as far as funding options that the administrator's looking for, funding option one, using ARP money would be my suggestion with the reduction in the library per Mr. Williams. I know one as far as what the commissioner from the first was saying as far as the using the money from the audit, et cetera. It was voted unanimously by this body, and it's gonna take some. It wasn't. Okay, it was 9-1 then. So I don't want to stop the ball on that one. So I would recommend using the option one, using the ARP money. Thank you.
All right, noted, sir. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 4th.
Mr. Mayor, I would just say to cover or to give options, come back and just as a suggestion to look at potentially coming back with a couple of different options, maybe one from what the commissioner from the 1st stated, one from commissioner from the 10th, and that will be something that could be voted on at that particular time. But that does give us a course of action. Also, I would like, if possible, any consequences of either of those options or what the pros and cons would be of using one option over another. That would give us the opportunity to have a good educated or being educated, as the educator says over here, in terms of the literacy of what we're talking about, and so that we can make a good decision at the end of the day. But I think we can get to there, and that's the bottom line. We want to get those services funded, and And I think where we're at right now, even though we've had some discussion, there's been some good discussion. And I think that we're much closer now than we've ever been to having that budget passed. And so if we take a look at that and we understand that any budget is a moving, is a living document that will and can move throughout the year. And that's something to keep in mind as well. We'll try to get as close as we possibly can at this time, but there are just certain areas that I think have a certain importance, and especially to the commission, because we're the one who take these calls. And those calls that we take generally are dealing with ditches, right-of-ways, cutting of grass, and those sort of things more than anything else. If I'm telling something different, somebody let me know. But that's where we generally are. I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off, Madam
No, I just,
Administrator.
thank you, Commissioner Mason. I just noticed a computation error. Commissioner Johnson asked what was the total. I said $330,000. I double counted the Canal Authority, but that $150,000 was already included in my recommended budget. So the difference is only $180,000, which is $100,000 for the library and $80,000 for Mock Academy. I wanted to make certain that I communicated that correctly.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Chair recognizes Commissioner first.
Thank you,
Commissioner
Mr. Mayor.
Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Don't be long now.
Additional, don't tell me not to be
Don't
long.
be
I've been
long. Don't
talking
be
all
long.
morning. Hey, now, a quick question. The audit, I missed the beginning of that, of your presentation on that when we were talking about the scope. What will that $300,000 go towards? You say you lowered the scope of the audit. Are you proposing to?
I was proposing to reduce the scope of the audit from $300,000 to $150,000, which would narrow the focus of the auditor only reviewing Augusta's financial practices to ensure that policies that are already enacted, that have already been adopted by the body, are being followed on a consistent basis. Naturally, they would not be able to get to our entire government in 1 year, so narrowing that scope down as well. But I do know that since I last spoke with you, the Finance Department and the Procurement Department are nearing being able to present to this body a full package regarding what the procurement will cost as well as what the outlined scope would be.
So what would the scope be with 300?
I want to try to be careful here because the RFP is still open. I don't need to get into a mess with procurement. So, but the specs of the RFP was to be able to present a proposal which would go through 25% of Augusta's departments each year so that the entire organization would be covered over a 4-year period. Now, reducing the scope can mean either reducing the hours that are allocated and or taking a longer period of time to cover the entire organization. So, but that's essentially, it just means changing what gets done during a period of 1 year. Now, there will be a work plan. We don't just, go willy-nilly and start an internal audit. There would be a work plan developed which would then be approved through the Pension and Audit Committee and go to this body for final approval.
So 25% per year, is that 300,000 per year, or is that 300,000 for the whole, for just the entire duration? Is that 300,000 each fiscal year?
There is $300,000 in the 24 budget currently allocated.
So would that suffice for the 25% each year that we'll look at our
In my opinion, that would be approximately the amount that it would take.
So we won't have to come up here and reallocate no more money.
What? That's what I'm saying, yeah, that's what I agreed with him, yes.
So the $300,000 is for 25%
Yes,
of the.
that's the
look.
question he answered.
So
That's
the
what I
next
said, yes.
25% is going to cost another 300,000?
Yes,
And then the
sir,
next 25, then the next
Yes, sir.
25? So we're looking at over, that's a lot of money over the next 4 years, right?
An internal audit it is an ongoing process. There, as we've had discussions about a lot of governments have external, internal auditing firms. Some governments have a department called internal audit. This government used to a long time ago, but that was outsourced.
I don't mean to cut you off, Ms. Williams. I just wanted to make sure that we were clear to understand that this is going to be, if we approve it this budget cycle, we can't just stop. We're going to have to approve it another budget cycle.
No, sir, you do not have to.
Okay.
As with any other contract, it is subject to a termination or a stoppage clause. So this would be a year-to-year thing. That would how it would be structured in the contract that would be brought back for approval.
Hey, if we're willing to just go 25% of the way and don't go the whole way, then hey. But, I just don't know if that makes sense. But if we're going to start the process, I would hope that we would finish it. But hey, I'm just one commissioner. That's right. I know we have, I don't need no amen, we in church. I know that we have concerns about the budget next year. Mm-hmm. And I just want to make sure that we have this conversation now so that when we have our budget cycle meetings next year, we're not having to revisit these conversations.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 1st. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 5th.
Just one simple statement. I think that whatever motion we make, that we take a look at the budget sometime in July where we can make adjustments so I don't think we need to labor too long when it comes to approving the budget. We can put in the motion that we take a look at it in July and make other decisions on it. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair recognizes Commissioner Pulliam from the 2nd.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. I just want clarity. So the 300,000, that's one time, 300,000, and that's it, just because we're wanting this one audit? So for the internal audit that we're contracting services for, is that 300,000 a one-time 300,000, or is that a recurring charge that, how many times will they do the internal audit?
It's not one audit. It is a series of small audits of various programs, departments that are selected by and designed in the work plan that gets agreed upon. For example, an internal audit would be counting of all petty cash. An internal audit would be time card approval. An internal audit would be the internal controls regarding court collections. Each of those are a project which would be a separate endeavor by the firm that would be performing the services. So that would be outlined in the work plan. So there would be an allocation of approximately X amount of money currently budgeted at $300,000 to be used to accomplish that work plan. So it would be as broad or as limited as the contract is designed and at the will of how much funding is allowed to get the agreed upon work plan done.
But we're only paying that $300,000 one time.
You will pay for actual work done. It's a billable rate, usually per hour, for an agreed, like the count of petty cash. The agreed upon number of hours worked from the firm, we could estimate that it takes 10 hours. The internal controls of court collections may take 15, 20 hours. Within those hours, there are agreed upon rates by the level of individual that performs those services. If you've ever seen a bill from either an engineering firm or an accounting firm, everybody has a different rate. A partner charges one rate, a staff accountant, then you have administrative support. So there's an hourly rate for each one of those individuals performing work in the plan. Each one of those has a rate that is billed, and that 10 hours for the petty cash, it may only be 1 hour from the partner, and they may send out the staff accountant, the poor little low guy on the end of the totem pole, to do the other 9 hours worth of work. So that would be a less expensive endeavor than one that has a lot of hours that the partner is involved in very heavily. So it's constantly changing. It's like the engineering contracts that go out for architectural design or roadway design. Each one of the individuals involved in that has a different billing rate, but at the end of the day, the project cost X amount of dollars.
And so that's what I was asking. Yes, ma'am. So I understand the billable rate portion. I just wanted to make sure that the RFQ is in fact the $300,000. It may be less than that, or they could potentially send in something saying that the cost has changed and then we have to agree upon that cost. However, we're just doing it for that one time. It's not going to extend from year to year to year, 300,000 2024, 300,000 2025, unless we agree upon that.
We put out an RFP for services, and until all the conversations surrounding the amount that was budgeted for those services, the responding firms were unaware of what our ceiling cost was, but now they are.
Okay, Commissioner from the second, you yield.
Yes, sir.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Commissioner from the fifth.
Yeah, Ms. Williams, you confused me a little bit. I think she was asking you, this is a reoccurring cost that will cost us every year unless we do another motion to say we're not going to do it anymore, correct?
No, sir, you'd approve a contract every year. You have the option of going forward 1 year, 2 years, 4 years. Max, you can go on the same contract according to procurement is 5 years.
Okay, but it's $300,000 per year that we're looking at right now.
$300,000 is the amount that is currently budgeted for it. It doesn't mean you have to spend all of that. It does not mean that it will cost all of that. It is all designed on the work plan. The $300,000 is the current parameter of the project.
Well, and I'm going to shut up, but the problem is that we've said 300,000, which means you can't give 100,000 somewhere else, and you're stuck with 200. So I think her question was 300. As long as we have this and we do this, we're throwing in the corner $300,000. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Commissioner from the third, Commissioner McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a question for Director Williams. We put out, if I'm not mistaken, an RFP bid for the operational audit that this body voted to support earlier in the year. Just making sure that we have money in the budget, in the audit budget, to do this operational audit. Is this correct? We do have the money to get this done.
That's the $300,000 that is currently budgeted.
Okay.
Included in the 2024 budget, there is $300,000 as a line item to accomplish that project.
All right. Do we have any updates on that, by the way? May I ask that? On the bid, I mean, where are we on that?
The recommendation will be before the Pension and Audit Committee on the 21st.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Mason.
Final thing, one, we've really have to be careful up here on this dais when we're discussing monetary amounts, because now, as the finance director has stated, we have now put a number out to those that may respond.
Already responded.
Oh, they've already responded?
Yes, sir. We've already reviewed them. Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's just the contract and the recommendation, the final few steps haven't.
Okay, well, and secondly, this $80K for Mock Academy, that's going to be from ARP, not from Parks and Recreation, correct?
Yes, sir. It was my understanding that this body would like to utilize option one, which was to take the previous $530,000 from ARP. Now, that amount has been reduced to $180,000.
Right.
And yes, I will be proposing that from ARP. So as it stands, my recommended budget to you on October 21st will include all of what was
November?
previously recommended.
November,
What did I say?
October.
I'm sorry, November 21st, thank you, will include all of what I have previously recommended in the administrator's balanced budget to now include an additional $180,000 for $100,000 going to the public library and $80,000 going to Mock Academy from ARP.
And that kind of gets us to where we were talking about from engineering and all of that.
No, that does nothing for engineering.
I thought that was part of what our discussion was, to try to get to that so that we could, and that was purpose of his reduction and all of that. It wasn't just to reduce, just to reduce.
So do you want to keep the allocation at $530,000 and then allocate the remainder to engineering? Because I don't recall getting a clear figure of his need.
Well, his 300,000, 350,000, if I'm not. But can you, with the clarity, Mr. Director Malik, Doctor?
Yes, sir. For that transfer services from rec to engineering, we got 350,000, and then the balance carry over from this year to next year.
Oh, that's what I thought. Okay. And that's why we were doing what we were doing. We weren't just reducing just to reduce. So consider that as we get towards the November 21st budget session. I would be careful as we look at this audit situation. We do want transparency in this government, by the way.
Yep.
I think that's important. How we do that, knowing that we do have options after the first year, second year, whatever the case may be, we do have those options. We need to understand all the options that we do have, so we're not mandated to do any one thing or another. We do have those options. We do have those choices, but be very, very cognizant about the transparency that we need to have in this government for our citizens and how they feel about, well, they may never feel good, but hopefully they would feel better about how our government is ran. So just putting that out there. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Mason, thank you so much. You're the last person in the queue. Madam Administrator, would you like to wrap up with anything?
No, sir. I'll be presenting to you all a budget for adoption on Tuesday.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, this budget session is hereby closed out. Thank you so much. All right. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Clerk, I call this meeting to order. Attorney Brown.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. We request a motion to go into executive session for the discussion of real estate pending and potential litigation.
So move.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, I have a motion and a proper second, and we're voting.
Stay out.
All right, who we got? Who we got? Who waiting to vote?
9-7.
Tony is in 9, 7, and 9. Commissioner Scott's not here.
That motion carries 7 with Mr. Lewis, Mr. Franham, and Ms. Scott out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now in legal. Got to close out one to start another. 1, 2, 3. All right, ladies and gentlemen, members of the commission, ladies and gentlemen, members of the commission. Mr. Clyburn, how are you, sir? Ladies and gentlemen, members of the commission, we got some business to attend to here. Madam Clerk, I hereby call this meeting back to order. Attorney Brown.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Commissioners, we will request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So moved. Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, I have a motion and a second. We're voting.
What are you doing? Waiting on people to vote.
That motion carries 8-1.
I'm supposed to be yes.
Did you look? That motion carries with Ms. Scott out, 9 with Mr. Garrett voting yes, and Ms. Scott out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Brown, are there any motions as a result of our closed executive session?
No, sir.
Thank you, Attorney Brown. Seeing that there are no motions, I hereby close out this portion of our meeting. And before I turn it over to our committee chairpersons, I want to take a point of privilege to wish a happy birthday to the commissioner from the 1st, Commissioner Jordan Johnson. Now, I have been told that Commissioner Stacey Pulliam is going to do the singing. Oh, okay. In any event, Commissioner Johnson, happy birthday, sir. We hope you have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You got it.
Thank you, sir.
All right, this meeting is going to turn over. Who's up?
That would be me in about 90 seconds, but happy 30th birthday.
Happy 30.
I don't remember what 30 is, but... I double dog dare you. Thank you. I object to this being added. You're not on the committee. Good try. Can we put that up on the screen just so people could? In about 15 seconds, we're going to get started here. How many seconds? There we go. All right. I'd like to welcome everyone to another day here. What? Is that a look? It was. I just know my time, man. I'd like to call Public Services Committee to order. Sorry. Madam Clerk, any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, sir.
Yes, actually we do.
Oh, we have an addendum. We do.
If you could read that
okay.
for us.
The addendum is a motion to enter a memorandum of understanding with the Augusta Conventions and Visitors Bureau, Inc. for the implementation of an outdoor urban zipline adventure center on the 5th Street Bridge along the Riverwalk.
Anyone on the committee object to this? None noted? All right, we'll add that. Okay, before we get started, we're going to have a pretty big consent agenda. Y'all follow along with me here. Consenting agenda item number 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. That's agenda items number 6 through 16. Can I get a motion to that effect, please?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
Mr. Williams? Trying. Okay, it's unanimous.
All right, we're going to start with agenda item number 1, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Planning and Development Department would like to present several alcohol applications to you. We have a total of 5 today. Our first one is Oh, wait a minute.
I should have approved these, I guess. I apologize.
So a discussion by the Planning and Development to renew the existing alcohol licenses in Augusta. There will be Sunday sales arcade. So that's actually our book. So you should have gotten a copy of the book. And that is the renewal. Every year, at the end of the year, we do a renewal book for people who have an existing license.
Right.
So this book that you should have received is in reference to that, and that's a list of all the active applicants active people or businesses with a alcohol license in good standing. And we are recommending that they be approved for the 2024 renewal process.
Okay, so you want us to combine 2 and 3? Is that what you're?
Yes, sir.
Okay, my one question about number 3 is, I think that we need to understand that bars will not be able to be open on New Year's, because if we select this date, or can we select New Year's and then we not have Super Bowl?
It is at the discretion of the commission to decide which Sunday. Anything other than this one Sunday would require us to bring you back a package. We'll work with legal, because it is a matter that has to be addressed at not just the local level, but the state level if you do anything other than one Sunday.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Williams and then John.
I was just going to say motion to approve as is.
2 and 3?
2 and 3.
Okay, is that your second?
I was just asking about the Sunday sales in general. I was asking about the Sunday sales in general, because that'd be a big loss for New Year's Eve. But if it's a state issue,
Yeah, we have to pick one or the other.
What can we do? I mean, is there anything that we can do to?
Yes, we have already started discussions with legal in regards to how that process would work. We would like to bring it back to you rather than introduce it in an ad hoc way. But we do have some guidance.
But it
we're
wouldn't
not
affect
prepared.
this year. You're talking about in the future.
Correct.
That's what I thought.
Yes,
Okay.
there's nothing we can do at this stage to allow for this Sunday, it's New Year's Eve, for bars.
Okay. Got a motion. Can I get a second for 2 and 3? I'm sorry.
We do need to notify that it's 2024. On the packet, it said 2023.
24, yeah,
Yes,
2024.
sir. So we apologize
Clarity
about
on
that.
both of those, 2024.
It's 2024, yes.
Yep. So we got a motion to approve agenda items number 2 and 3. And I got a second. Voting, please.
Unanimous.
All right.
Agenda item.
Next up, we have agenda item number 4, which is a new location for a massage operator. It is a request by Michael Martin for a massage operator's license to be used in connection with the athletic standard located at 211 Hudson Trace in District 7. At this time, Planning and Development is recommending approval of the application as presented, as is the Sheriff's Department. Is there anyone in the audience with objections to the application as presented? All right. Please come forward, sir, and say your name and your home address.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Martin. I currently live at 4063 Briarwood Drive, Augusta, Georgia, 30907.
My question is where is this located? Is it inside of where is it exactly?
So currently I work at a place called K2 Stretch, where we do stretch therapy, which is separate than massage therapy. We are currently off of Stevens Creek between Washington Road and Riverwatch. I would be using a sublease to rent a room out of the already existing K2 Stretch.
Okay. All right. Got a motion? Can I get a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
Unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's another step. Yes, thank you. All right. Next up, we have a new location address change only. We don't see the applicant here, but in case there's a representative that we weren't aware of, we'll read it in just for the, make sure we didn't skip them. So this is a request by Z Yi for a change of address for Yi's Massage from 3435 Wrightsboro Road to 1912 Walton Way in District 1. The Planning and Development staff has approved and is recommending approval of the application. And the applicant, if you're here, or a representative? All right, we didn't see her, so.
Forward it to the full commission?
Yes, without recommendation.
Without recommendation?
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk. Can we do that without a vote?
Yes, we have unanimous consent.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes planning.
All right, we're going to go back to the addendum agenda. If you could read it one more time, and then we'll.
Okay. Addendum item is to a motion to enter into a memorandum of understanding with Augusta Conventions and Visitors Bureau, Inc. for the implementation of an outdoor urban zip line adventure center on the 5th Street Bridge along the Augusta Riverwalk.
Yeah, before we have anyone come up and speak, just to give some historical references to this, when we were putting together the SPLOST State package, we were, key on the quality of life, and we're looking for things that would attract visitors downtown. A few of us went down to Columbus a couple years before that, and kind of checked out their zip line, checked out their whitewater rafting as well, and through the leadership of the chamber as well as the Destination Augusta, we were able to put $1.75 million in SPLOST State into the design of this outdoor urban zip line. Is anyone want to speak on this, Director McDowell, or anyone that wants to speak on this and the kind of what y'all have done preliminary through legal or anything like that? This is a very exciting project, and I appreciate the work that's already been done on it.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Mr. Mayor. Real briefly, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Jennifer Bowen to give you specifics about the project. But to your point, we have been working on this project probably about 5-6 years ago. We were able to secure some funds in SPLOST 8 to move forward with this project. In some collaborations with Destination Augusta, we found it prudent to utilize their ability not only as subject matter experts, but also their resources to kind of help expedite this process. So we are asking you all to approve a MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, so we can transfer those funds over to Destination Augusta so they can move forward with this project. This is not something that we haven't done in the past. This sort of routine for us. We'll continue to be, I say we, Parks and Recreation, will continue to be the representative entity for the City of Augusta during that process. And so we'll make sure that we update you guys as things move forward. But we just ask that you all consider approval of this so we can move forward with this project and hopefully get this done by the end of next year. I'll let Jennifer speak about some of the specifics that they've already done and then how this project would look in terms of what it could do for the riverfront area that we spoke about.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director McDowell. Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. Pleasure to see you all. Thank you, all of you who were able to join our event last night at Experience Augusta, our celebration of tourism. So we appreciate that. Just to expand a little bit on what Director McDowell has said, as you know, we do have Destination Blueprint. It is the City of Augusta's tourism product development plan. Destination Blueprint was unveiled in 2017 and was adopted by the Commission shortly after that. And it does call for an outdoor urban adventure center to be considered in downtown Augusta. That, coupled along with the information provided by the Chamber and the DDA, is what led to this allocation in SPLOST. And so by entering into an MOU with us at this time, that would enable us as an extension of you. We are your destination marketing and management organization to facilitate this project on your behalf. A little bit of precedent about entering into an MOU with our organization. This has been done before. We have entered into an MOU with you to facilitate the City of Augusta's wayfinding signage system, in which we received $1 million to do that and continue to manage that system today. We've also entered into an MOU with you before for beautification projects as well. So there is precedent set to do that with us, and we are certainly a proven organization that can deliver that. What we envision is really just going out for requests for qualifications to skilled firms who can take a look at the footprint of the Riverwalk and Riverfront and assess where the best location would be and what the best products are. And then bringing back that with Director McDowell and other input from a committee, and then bringing that back and seeing where that goes from there. And hopefully, as said, we could see some movement in 2024.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all the entities, DDA as well.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion, can I get a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second, voting please. Very exciting time in Augusta, Georgia. Anybody tells you different, they don't know what's going on.
Thank you very much.
We'll send him off first.
Mr. Bobby?
Voting.
Pretty sure I stole your pen.
You did.
It's unanimous.
All right, and that concludes Public Services. Thank you, committee.
Vice Chair, Mr. Tony? Mr. Lewis? Wait a minute. Oh, we're at Public Safety. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Okay, I'd like to call public safety to order. Ms. Bonner, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if my colleagues don't object, then I'd like to consent items 1 and 4. I believe item number 2, we have somebody from Richmond County Sheriff's Office to speak if we want somebody to come up, unless y'all want to consent it. All right, let's just go ahead and consent items 1 and 4, and then discuss.
So moved.
Do I have a motion? Do I get a motion? I need a second. Okay, motion and second, voting. Commissioner Mason.
It's unanimous.
Okay. All right. Ms. Bonner?
We're going top to bottom?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay. Item number 2, motion to approve Vital Core Health Strategies LLC amendment to contract for the Richmond County Sheriff's Office inmate medical contract.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions to that one, or do we want to go ahead and?
Is anybody going to speak towards it?
I see Mr. Lieutenant is Chu. He's out there. Mm-hmm. Major Chu. Captain Chu. Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
What we're trying to do is get Vital Core to come in a little early so that we can start the process. Right now, WellPath is dropping the ball on a lot of our services, and so we're needing to get them in at least a month earlier, which will start next month.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion and a second. Voting. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Unanimous.
Righty.
Item number 3, discuss animal control and ongoing refusals to serve citizens within the city limits. of Hepzibah. 2, update on where the current SDS agreement items and between Augusta and Hepzibah.
Okay, this is Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Garrett's item.
Thank you. I brought this item to the floor today. There's just been ongoing discussions over the past couple of years in regards to services that are rendered within the city limits of Hepzibah. There was a recent animal attack in Hepzibah, and from my understanding, when animal control was called, they said they could not enter the city limits. And I know that Chairman Buckwitz is here from the city of Hepzibah, and if you want to speak towards this before we hit number 2.
I mean, it's exactly what you just said. Animal control said that they weren't allowed to come out. We feel like that they should be, since they are funded out of the general fund, and we don't have a different millage rate than the rest of Richmond County does. We feel like that service, according to the service delivery strategy, states that Augusta will provide animal control services in the whole county. It doesn't say anything about excluding the city limits of Hepzibah.
All right. Attorney Brown, in regards to the SDS and that language, can you help us understand exactly what is being referenced there?
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. That language referred to an agreement that was prepared when Hepzibah and Blythe and Augusta were in negotiations regarding the SDS, which is well known how often that needs to be done. Terms were supposedly worked out. However, Hepzibah failed to sign the agreement. Other measures that Hepzibah have put forth as objections to our animal control ordinance, which we asked for compliance to, Augusta has made those concessions. However, Hepzibah reneged on signing that agreement, and therefore Augusta is not authorized to enter Hepzibah without an agreement with that county.
So in regards to the agreement, would it just be a MOU in place that Hepzibah City Council would need to ratify?
I believe the Constitution requires a contract.
And are you referring to this Article 9 in the Georgia Constitution?
Yes, sir. Article 9, Section 2.
Attorney Brown, can you read that section in the Georgia Constitution?
Yes. It states that no county may exercise any of the powers listed above, which refers to animal control and several other services. No county may exercise any of the powers listed above in subparagraph A of this paragraph, or provide any services listed therein inside the boundaries of any municipality or any other county except by contract with that municipality or county affected.
Yeah. The second page. So, Attorney Brown, in regards to what the Constitution says in reference to the SDS, does one override the other, or do they work in conjunction?
Animal service could be provided and follow the Constitution if Hepzibah entered into a contract with Augusta, which the SDS would be. However, Hepzibah has failed to do so. And therefore, to provide animal services within Hepzibah without a contract would be asking Augusta to violate the Georgia Constitution, which I recommend you do not do.
Okay.
Commissioner Garrett, may you?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Actually,
Yes,
go through the chairwoman, please.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead, Mr. Hawk.
Can you state your name and address for the record?
Please. Victor Hawk, 338 Telfair Street, Augusta. The differences over the service delivery strategy agreements concerned two things. Number one, animal control, and then another aspect that's unrelated to this issue. We refused to sign the service delivery strategy agreement because of the issues over animal control being one of those. However, Blythe and Augusta entered into a service delivery strategy, and that agreement applies to us as well. In other words, once two of the three municipalities come to that agreement, then we are bound by it. And we would contend that because the city is using funds that Hepzibah taxpayers pay in taxes, that they're required to provide animal control. After the disagreement concerning the service delivery strategy, we met with Augusta concerning animal control. And Augusta requested that we adopt in total, or required that we adopt in total, Augusta's animal control ordinance. When we met with them to consider that, whether Hepzibah could implement that ordinance, we were told that the ordinance is in such disarray, there was no way the city could give us a comprehensive description of the ordinance that we were supposed to adopt. And at that point in time, we couldn't go forward to consider it, whether to implement Augusta's animal control ordinance. And we have never been able to do that since then. There is state law that we are requesting that Augusta Animal Control enforce. And that state law is simple, it's clear. It's something that we can certainly enforce if we had an animal control department. And we feel that because the service delivery strategy agreement has now been adopted by two of the three cities involved, it applies to Hepzibah as well, and that we're entitled to that animal control service. And to this date, we don't have a comprehensive description of Augusta's animal control ordinance.
Yes.
Well, Commissioner Garrett.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I thought he wasn't speaking. Go ahead.
No. I appreciate this, and I understand what you're trying to show me, but the language of these sections is only part, my understanding, of the animal control ordinance. And
All right. Okay, I've got Commissioner Williams in the queue, but shall we go? We can go to to our attorney, Wayne Brown, to speak first.
I believe we have present, Madam Chair, the Director for Planning and Development present, as well as the assigned attorney, Samuel Miller, here from Planning and Development. Unless I am mistaken, Director for Animal Services, right, as well as the assigned attorney, Samuel Miller. Unless I'm mistaken, Augusta, Georgia's animal control ordinance has been provided to Hepzibah, and if it has not, it certainly can be provided to Hepzibah.
Oh, all right, we do have Mr. Hill is here. He's present. Do we?
Mr. Hill is here.
Mr. Hill is here. Yeah, but can we go ahead and go to District 5, Commissioner Williams?
Yes, sir. Excuse me. Yes, ma'am. I think most of the questions have already been answered. I did, Attorney Hawk, correct?
Yes, sir.
He did make a statement about the requirements for the SES as opposed to a contract or whatever. If I could, I'd like for Attorney Brown to speak to that the SES does not if I'm right, does not cover that, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Does not cover what particular
Does not cover the animal control situation unless they sign the contract that you were talking about.
HEPZBA does not agree with Augusta, Georgia enough, and so therefore they did not sign the SDS. Blythe signed the SDS, and I believe there may be a misunderstanding or disagreement about is that the department, the DCA standard by which a county is deemed to be in compliance with their regulations for service delivery strategy only requires 2 entities and a 3-county entity to sign. So for the department, for DCA, 2 entities such as Augusta, Georgia, and Blythe is enough to have that county deemed in compliance and therefore eligible for funds. That does not address the constitutional requirement that says before Augusta can provide animal services and several other services in any other municipality within that county or any other county, it has to be within a contract with that municipality. I do not see how Augusta is empowered to do that. If Augusta engages in activities that are prohibited by the Constitution, that leaves our animal service officers without immunity. Our official immunity will be gone. We cannot just go into some other city without an agreement with that city. If it is possible for the attorneys for Augusta and for HEPZBA to sit down and at least come together and establish the facts of this matter to provide the ordinance that they say at this point they do not have, but I do have recollection of that being sent to HEPZBA. But if the parties can get together and to see this thing through, I think we can resolve this matter.
Okay, I have one last question.
Sure, go ahead.
And this question would be either to the attorney or Mr. Buckowitz. So what's preventing HEPZBA from signing the animal control contract?
The number one issue is that Richmond County is demanding that we adopt Augusta's ordinances. That's why the voters chose to remain autonomous, to have their own charter and their own ordinances. I don't think the intent is that HEPZBA has to adopt Augusta's ordinances for Richmond County to do what it's taxing the people to do. In the service delivery strategy, it asked a question. You know, the purpose of the service delivery strategy, I'm sure everybody's aware, but is to keep from duplicating services and duplicate paying so that the citizens come out with a good deal.
Okay, my question is...
I'm going to cover it, I think.
Go ahead.
In the service delivery strategy, there's a bunch of different line items, and we've chosen animal control to not provide that service where we provide several others. But it also lists on there how is it to be funded. Who's paying for it and how? And it says on there that it's to be funded from the general fund, and that service will be provided to all of Richmond County. It doesn't say only Blythe and only Augusta. For 30 years, we've never signed a contract that I know of in the last 30, probably none before that either, for animal control services. But I just don't know how that we can decide that the citizens of HEPZBA have to pay for animal control, but they're not allowed to have it.
Okay, my question is, what is it that they don't agree with? When it comes to signing a contract, the ordinance, what is it that they don't agree with?
The City of Augusta's animal control ordinance is thicker than all of the laws in HEPZBA, and you have to have an own private attorney just for animal control to enforce all of those ordinances, and it's cumbersome. We're a very rural area in Richmond County. We've got people with hunting dogs, and there's all kind of things in there that prohibit several things that our citizens enjoy that they don't want to give up.
But you're not telling me what is it that they don't agree with, so maybe we can fix it. I don't know. That would make it something that you may want to sign, but you're really not telling me anything. You're just saying several things.
We could go through and line item, but we haven't done that, no.
Yes, sir. I'm good.
Commissioner,
I'm good.
Commissioner Williams.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Basically, the disagreement is that the service delivery strategy agreement does not, should not, cannot require HEPSBA to adopt whatever the city of Augusta decides that it wants it to adopt by way of ordinances that Augusta has. It would be like HEPSBA saying, we have animal control, but we're not going to provide you that service even though we're taxing you for it unless you adopt HEPSBA's ordinances. That is contrary to the independence of the corporate entity itself. And that requirement should not be a part of the service delivery strategy. HEPSBA should be able to follow state law. HEPSBA should be able to adopt its own ordinances concerning animal control.
Well, I'm asking you, what is it that we can change? What is it that we can look at? And all you're telling me is several things. Right. Several things could be gas in my car out there. I don't know.
Yeah.
But, I'm just asking you so that maybe we can come to an agreement on this. It seems like something very simple, but I know HEPSBA, I worked at HEPSBA High School, so I know the area. I know that, you've got farms out there and people have cows. I may have one or two around the corner from me, but it's not a situation where you got 15, 20, 100 or what have you. So I know it's a large agricultural area, and you've got people that, got pigs and ducks and chickens, although my neighbor got a couple of chickens around the corner. But so I know it may be a little different, but that's something that we can look at. Guys, you're not telling us very much.
Commissioner Williams, I think you're exactly right. You don't know, and we can't give you today the line items that HEPSBA does not agree with. And it's going to take another meeting. I mean, I went and met with them before about 2 years ago about this. It's going to take another meeting to go through a line item series of ordinances this big.
I got you.
But regardless, just assume that that's not an issue. Each municipality has the right to adopt their own ordinances. Mm-hmm. And as part of the service delivery strategy, animal control would enforce whatever ordinances HEPSBA has. And to me, it's common sense. And I agree with Mr. Brown. We'll meet again. We've met many times before, and go over these series of ordinances, and then come back to you and answer your questions specifically.
I got you. Thank
yes,
you.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that all right? I'm gonna move. Is that it for Commissioner Williams? Okay. All right. I'm gonna move to Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
You are welcome.
This question for Attorney Brown. Attorney Brown, as far as delivery strategy between HEPSBA and Augusta, the delivery strategy consists of not only the animal control, but it's a compilation of different services that must be signed off. And there's something like 20, 30 different items that has to be signed off on. Is that correct?
I don't know the exact number, but there are many or several services. It's not just animal control, yes.
Okay. With that being said, does any of the other ones beside animal control has a ordinance that has to be adopted, or is it just the animal control?
It's not so much that Augusta is insisting that they that HEPSBA adopt its ordinances. We have to come into an agreement regarding how animal control services will be provided in HEPSBA. Augusta does not have a set of officers, animal control officers, just for Hepzibah.
No, they don't.
And therefore, if Augusta is going, if Augusta Animal Control, Animal Service officers are providing services all over the county, are they every time when they move, they have to know where they are? In Blythe, there's one rule. In Hepzibah, there's another rule. It has to be functional. We need to come to an agreement. No one has articulated today exactly what Hepzibah still remains in disagreement about our ordinance. It is not a flaw to have a large ordinance. That's not substantive. The size of our ordinance doesn't bear relevancy to this issue. We need to know what is it that's in our ordinance that Hepzibah objects to, so we can consider whether we should be applying it in that area, or can our officers safely move from one area to the other and maintain proper applications of different rules. Hepzibah at one point did tell us what was wrong with our ordinance and that they could adopt if we changed our ordinance.
Did we change it?
Yes, we changed one rule, then we overhauled our entire ordinance per their request. And once we did it, we did not get the response that they had committed to.
Sorry.
But if it's the will of this body, my staff and I, along with the Animal Service Director, will be happy to sit down with Augusta. Augusta has made every effort to serve all the citizens of Richmond County.
Okay, but as far as the delivery strategy, it's compiled to, it's actually put in place, like Mr. Hawk said, to keep from duplication of services. So the city of Hepzibah doesn't have animal control whatsoever. They have no department for under animal control. So why would they have to adopt that when they didn't adopt the stack of other service strategy delivery things that they had to sign off on? As far as animal control coming into the city of Hepzibah, it's no different than crossing Willis Foreman. The grass doesn't change colors or anything. I'm a taxpayer in the city limits of Hepzibah, and I'm concerned about that. I think Mr. Hawk, I'm turning my attention to Mr. Hawk now, Mr. Brown. Y'all had Attorney Brown change the ordinance to fit your needs in the past.
22.
I don't know what he's talking about. I would tell you this. We were told, have been told, before the service delivery strategy agreement was entered into between Blythe and Augusta, we had to adopt Augusta's animal control ordinances before Augusta would deliver that service. We don't believe that Augusta can do that. Now, it's just common sense to me. So when you say that Augusta adopted a particular ordinance, I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm really not.
Mr. Hawk,
sure.
One other question. Has the city of Hepzibah ever signed off on this delivery strategy in the past?
Oh, yes, yes.
What changed?
What changed?
Yes, sir.
The requirement that we adopt all the Augusta animal control provisions. I mean,
okay.
How can Augusta or even Blythe demand before we can sign the service delivery strategy agreement that we adopt their ordinances?
Okay, so in the past you didn't have to do that. Now,
no, sir.
As of years, these past couple of years, you would have had to.
Yes.
Attorney Brown, Madam.
Not if they would have signed the SDS.
Give him a cue.
Attorney Brown, can we respond to that one?
I think the goalpost is being moved in this conversation in terms of why Hephzibah has not signed the SDS. It was not that was not just the reason put forth. What Augusta is simply saying, if we can speak in more general terms, is that Hephzibah and Augusta must enter an agreement per the Constitution, whether you call it the SDS or MOU or contract. The Constitution says that we cannot perform animal services and several other services in any other jurisdiction except by contract with that municipality. So Hephzibah and Augusta needs to come into an agreement regarding the services that they want that are within this constitutional prohibition before Augusta can enter it. Hephzibah clearly stated, it is not in doubt. Hephzibah clearly stated, if you change certain parts of your ordinance, we will adopt that ordinance and animal services would be provided in Hephzibah. Augusta, without a doubt, absolutely made those changes, and Hephzibah did not keep its statement of agreement with Augusta. We did not change our ordinance for our sake. The ordinance was changed for Hephzibah, per Hephzibah's request. I'm not saying Mr. Attorney Hawk is aware of all those details, but at the negotiating table, which was the chairman of Hephzibah was there, that what was said, and Augusta followed through, and Augusta commissioners at that time understood why they were changing their ordinance.
Okay, and you did forward the updated ordinance to the city of Hephzibah?
Yes.
And Mr. Hawk himself? I'm asking.
Pardon?
The attorney for the city of Hephzibah, was he part of that email chain, sir?
I'm not sure. I believe it was sent to...
I believe it was said to Mr. Chase Hawk. And after we passed the elimination of the pet registration requirements, we sent the physical copy of that ordinance to Mr. Chase Hawk to confirm that we had eliminated that part as part of the agreement.
Let's do this. Obviously, we have a disagreement concerning this ordinance, the contents of the ordinance, and as Mr. Brown pointed out, that Hephzibah agreed to adopt the ordinance in the event some changes were made. The changes were made. Let us meet with Mr. Brown again.
I think that'd be the best thing.
Come back to y'all and have concrete information to give Commissioner Williams concerning the contents that we object to, and see if we can move forward. It's something that needs to be done. It needs to be done right away. We can meet next week and go through this, and then get on the agenda again to help us all make better decisions.
Thank you.
All
Ms.
right.
Bukowitz, good to see you, Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to go to Commissioner Mason from the 4th.
Thank you. We've had this discussion ad nauseum, actually, for a number of years. We've had our previous mayor, Mayor Hardy Davis, several commissioners were at the table, Chairman Buckwitz at the table as well. There were certain items that were mentioned that we took out to accommodate Hephzibah. You can't ask us for a service and then we play it by your rules. That's not how it goes. And in fact, it's not even by our own rules, but it's the rules of the Constitution. I think we're missing out on that fact. It's not something that Augusta has just thrown out up in the air. We have clearly stated what the Constitution states, and that's that a contract must be in place. So common sense is not so common after all. And the fact of the matter is that we do need to come to an understanding. Now, I don't understand why it's so difficult. We want to give you service. You need service, but I don't know why we don't have service. We've tried to accommodate as much as we possibly can. I don't want to meet just to meet. It's time out for that. Either we're going to get serious about what we're talking about, give the citizens the service that they deserve and that they're paying for, that they deserve, but it has to be done in the right way. Just because it wasn't done this way for 30 years doesn't mean it was right. We find a lot of things in government that is wrong that's done for a number of years until we find out that it needs to be done right, and then we get it done and we do it right. If we look at the Constitution, if the Constitution is the overarching document that's going to determine which way we go, and the Constitution says it's a contract, then we get a contract. And we get it done, we get service to Hepzibah, and everybody's good. And that's kind of where I'm at right now. Been going through this for too long, way too long. And we can't have personalities get involved. We don't have a rogue government to where one person is in charge and speaks for everyone, or whatever the case may be. We have to make sure that we are having directed and intentional dialogue that's going to produce the desired results. Don't want to keep coming back and forth, blaming this one and blaming that one. It's real simple to me that if I go by the rules of the game, then I can be an effective player. But I can't play basketball with football rules, because as soon as I pick up the basketball and run with it, there's going to be a whistle, an infraction, and there's a penalty to pay. So then I've got to follow the rules that are the rules of the game so that I can be an effective player. So as long as we know the rules of the game, we can all play the game correctly, and we can all get the desired results that we need. So if that means another meeting, let's make sure the meeting is meaningful and we have good dialogue, because we don't need 3 or 4 or 5 meetings to determine that Hepzibah needs animal control. I think we can all agree upon that.
Yes, sir.
Now, the question is, how do we get there without a bunch of pulling and tugging? Augusta is so much bigger than Hepzibah. So we're going to have a bigger ordinance. That's common sense. And so Augusta provides the service. Augusta sets the rules based on what the Constitution says in the contract. Now, having said that, we have made some exceptions or accommodations based on conversations with yourself. I don't know that you were there at the time, Mr. Hawk, but based on conversations with Chairman Buckowitz, Hardy Davis, and several other commissioners. And we documented all of that at that time. Maybe your son got it. I don't know. Maybe you need to talk to your son. I'm not sure.
We're going to have a conversation.
Oh, yeah. There should be a conversation there so that we can get to the bottom of it. Because really, at the end of the day, the citizens of Hepzibah deserve animal service, period. Now we, as the officials who get in the way, need to get out of the way and make that happen so that the citizens of Hepzibah can have the animal service. So whatever that means, whatever that takes, let's get it done and let's move on, because we've been dealing with this for more years than we need to. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner from the 4th. I'm going to now go to Commissioner Garrett, Mayor Pro Tem Garrett. Excuse me.
This is my last question, and then we're going to wrap this conversation up. But I'm not sure that you fully understood the question Commissioner Guilfoyle asked. I guess it was 2019, 2020 when the SDS agreement was signed. Hepzibah did not sign that one. Had there ever been a time in the previous, since 1996, when Hepzibah did not sign the SDS agreement?
No.
Okay. And see, I think that's where the problem with the understanding of all this, and that the reason of why we needed this agreement in place with Augusta and Hepzibah for these specific services, is because the SDS is not in place now between Augusta and Hepzibah. Sure, it covers Hepzibah, Blythe, and Hepzibah the way that DCA looks at it, but we also have to have that specific agreement in place, which the SDS would have covered. And now, we did amend our ordinance, the animal control ordinance, back in 21, I believe. That's correct. What, Attorney Brown?
There was a slight mix-up when the original registration elimination occurred in 21. An ordinance amendment written down was not included in that agenda item. We had to come back in 22 to have a written ordinance amendment. Okay. But the original vote of this commission was in 21. We came back in 22 with a written amendment.
And I bring that up because that was after one of the conversations we've had with the city of Hepzibah, trying to find some middle ground to work from. So, Attorney Hawk, you said that you're ready to sit down and discuss all of this. I'd love for you to, before you guys leave today, get with our attorney, set a date. Let's get this settled, because as Commissioner Mason said, this has been going on for far too long, and I think that both entities want this resolved, and frankly, I want the citizens in Hepzibah to receive all of the services that they're paying for. And I really think that it's unfair to them that they're not, but the Constitution does speak towards what we're allowed to do and what we're not allowed to do. And you have to have these specific agreements in place, which the SDS covered that up until 2019 or 2020 when HEPSBA did not sign that. So with that being said, I'd like to ask both entities to set a date to sit down and speak, and I would make myself available. I think Commissioner Guilfoyle would as well as our mayor. Let's all get in the same room and hash this out.
That will be great. I agree with everything that y'all say, and we will make every effort to make it happen. Okay?
Thank you for coming
Except for
forth
one
today.
legal issue, which we talked about.
Thank y'all.
Yeah.
Hope we get this worked out. Okay, with that being said, that concludes public safety. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Bonner? Call administrative service to order, please. Do we have any addition or deletion?
Madam Chair, but however, if any of the commission need the supporting documentation for items number 3 and 4, we have those available. Do you need those? Well, you don't have the, let me just pass it. The supporting documentation.
I think I got it. Here you go. One and two. I don't know about 4. Madam Chair, did you get yours?
Yes.
They're just being disingenuous. They need to get on board and get this thing done.
Okay, Madam Clerk,
Yes, ma'am.
and if it's okay with my committee, I would like to consent 1 and 2 on the administrative service.
So moved.
Ms. Bonner, do we vote or do we
Yes,
can do
sir.
it by?
Yes, ma'am. If we could, thanks.
Voting.
Thank you. Mike's broken for this one.
Mr. Johnson's out, okay. Okay, that motion carries with Mr. Johnson out.
Thank you. Top to bottom, Ms. Bonner.
Okay. Item number 3 is to receive as information a presentation from the Greater Augusta Black Chamber of Commerce about the City of Augusta Business Equity Fund.
Ms. West, if we can get your name and your address, please.
Yes, I'm Ronique West, President, Ronique West, 826 Lake Terrace Drive, Augusta, Georgia, 30904.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here to provide the first update for the City of Augusta Business Equity Fund. Thank you for your collaboration and partnership with this effort. This is the 5th program the Greater Augusta Black Chamber of Commerce and GABCC Foundation administer for business owners throughout the CSRA. K-Fund was launched on April 17th. 3 orientations were held, classes launched in July, makeup sessions happened during August, and closeout happened October 9th. In a recent article, Augusta is named as one of the 5 towns in Georgia that will be important cities in the future. Georgia is the #1 state for business, and many were pushed into entrepreneurship during and after the pandemic. Also, artificial intelligence is quickly intersecting throughout our workforce and community. Entrepreneurship will be a way of life for many years to come. Small businesses will be a critical part of Augusta's growing infrastructure, opportunity, and sustainability. Innovative, proven initiatives such as K-Fund will be critical to support the business owners within the community for years to come. So let's go through the numbers. We had about 168 in orientation, 100 enrolled in the program, 67 completed the application. We had about 70 participants in the workshops. We had a few that wanted training only, and then some were our partners who wanted to actually go through our training as well. 60 total were awarded grants. That was awarded by them having an application score of 30 or more out of 50. And then the grants were based off of perfect attendance and having a higher score of 40 or more. We also tracked during the application process what funding was sought before this particular program, if any was sought. We noticed that our programs really help business and entrepreneurs to get prepared for traditional lending and even get them ready to ensure that they are asked more questions, they'll be comfortable to apply for more programming and so forth in the future. We also track years in business. So if you notice by that slide, we had about 45%, it was 1 to 3 years in business. 29.6%, it was 3 to 6 years in business. 15.5% were about 6 to 10 years in business. And then you had some that participated, it was 10 plus years. It was about 8%. Racial data, we had our actual programs are always open to Black and minority businesses. So you had about 94.4% that were Black. You definitely have women-owned, white-owned businesses as well, and some Asians that participated as well. Employee count, we also tracked employees too. So self-employed individuals, about 70% participated, 1 to 2 employees. 19.7% were 3 to 5 employees, and 9.9% was 6 to 10 employees. We covered a lot of industries, so that is listed here, as you can see on this graph, and it was 25 industries in all that were actually impacted through this program. Loan participation, when we get ready to open the loan fund, it looks like about 31% said they will probably apply for the loan, 42.3% will be maybe, and then 26.8% said they will not be interested in the loan. But of course, that could change. We also want to make sure that in the 6 months after mentorship that we're getting them the proper service providers in their business. So that's something else we actually process, or tracking their applications just to see if they have a CPA, a bookkeeper, attorney in their business and so forth, to continue to ensure that they are growing with these funds. So just to update by the numbers, 60 business owners were impacted in all, 172,000 in grants were awarded. We have a $2,500 grant that we're holding on to. We're waiting for him pending his business license. And in total, there will be a total of 174,500 grants issued into the community. Next steps will be a loan fund will open between December and January 2024, and that will be an amount of $250,000. So I have a short video to show.
I am Takia Dowse, the interim administrator for Augusta, Georgia Consolidated Government. On behalf of the City of Augusta, we are elated to support the Greater Augusta Black Chamber of Commerce and their initiative to support small businesses in the Augusta area. The CABE, which is the City of Augusta Business Equity Fund, was spearheaded by Ms. Ronique West, the president.
Natasha White Harlan.
I see it here, but how you share it? Oh. down. What's still? No, it's stuck. There you go. Okay, where is it? Right there. Let me turn it down a little bit more. It still show up right now, though. It ain't show up? I don't know why it won't show.
Of the Greater Augusta Black Chamber of Commerce.
It worked earlier, though. Yeah, but I don't know why it's not projected. Okay, let me see. Let me try opening again. What's showing?
Technical difficulties.
Oh, it's not showing anything now. Oh. Okay. Well, we'll email the video out. I'm sorry you guys can't see it. I don't know what's happened, but we love technology. But I appreciate you guys for your actual collaboration for this program and so forth. We actually had some participants that participated in the audience, just in case you have any questions as well. And if any questions for me, I just wanted to provide an update this morning.
Well, thank you, Ms. West, for the presentation. Do we have any questions or comments about the program? I was actually at the award ceremony, and it was very touching to see so many small business owners taking the initiative to make sure that they're on the right track. So thank you so much for what you're doing, and we appreciate you being accountable to the people's money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chairwoman, if I may, I just want to share the same sentiment with Renique and her team at the Greater Augusta Black Chamber. Giving a voice to our business community and all of the great effort that you're doing. Thank you so much. Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can we ask Ms. West if she would also supply us with the chart presentation that you had along with your video? Yes. Thank you. Receive as this information with no objection. Moving on, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Item number 4 is to approve proposed priorities for the fiscal year 25 federal congressionally directed spending.
Ms. Stiles?
Thank you, Commissioner. Augusta has been successful with recent congressionally directed spending applications by receiving funding that totaled more than $12 million for fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23. Today, we have with us Mr. William Clyburn Jr., who is a managing partner with Clyburn Consulting, LLC. He is prepared to give us feedback on the current congressionally directed spending process, the resubmission of our interior projects for FY25, as well as mentioning any past projects that we have received funding for, as well as what is happening within our federal government regarding Senate appropriations. I would also like to note that we have worked with both our engineering department as well as Augusta Utilities Department and even our Augusta Fire Department. So if you would allow Mr. Clyburn to speak with us regarding our federal congressionally directed spending funding process as well as updates.
Absolutely. Mr. Clyburn, your name and your address, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Scott. William Clyburn, Washington, D.C., 7819 12th Street, Northwest. I am here, although my D.C. address, and I've been there for 30 years, my claim to fame is that I am born and raised from the CSRA. Went to Georgia Tech undergrad and was the Appropriations Counsel for Zell Miller. Got beat up by Refrigerator Perry in football, and now I am working to make sure that resources can come back to the CSRA that I love. You all may remember that there was a 10-year hiatus from federal funding coming to congressional directed spending, where the executive agencies and the federal government could dictate where all the money would go. But now they've gone back to congressional directed spending, where your delegation in the Senate particularly can move money to localities that they feel is the greatest need. And that's where the input from the commission and the mayor has been so helpful and successful. And in that 3 years since the hiatus is over and congressional directed spending has come back, you all have been able to receive $12 million for very important projects in the communities around the Augusta and Richmond County. As I drove in from the airport, I could see some of those communities, some of those neighborhoods that have had flooding. I could see where you have some communities that still have septic tanks, and I can see the benefit of some of that funding. So in this report today, wanted to give you an input. You all see the headlines, you know the news. There's a lot of disarray in some parts of the federal government. We now have things that are moving. We now have appropriation bills that are moving. So they are debating that as I speak. I leave back tomorrow to go back up to Washington to monitor that and to see how that goes. The process now is that they are doing the appropriations bills. In those appropriations bills, there's one project that you all have that is still on and still viable in terms of funding for FY24. And that's the Emergency Operating Center that you all have been supportive of, and that's $1.5 million. That's not money in the bank. They still have to go through the process, but that is something that is still on and that moves forward. In the background, there were projects that you all had submitted and supported dealing with STAG, and that's the State and Tribal Assistant Grants. That's in EPA. That's in the Interior Appropriations. Those are projects that go for water projects, such as flooding, such as septic tanks, such as making sure that the quality of the water is where it needs to be for your constituents. And so there are 4 projects that have been supported. Those projects did not get funded for FY24, but after conversations with the Senate committees and with the senators, Ossoff and Warnock, those are projects because they deal with people who need high-quality water. Those are dealing with people who have to deal with flooding. They are recommending that we re-up those same projects because there were no deficits in those projects. So the projects that you have proposed for moving on for FY25 are those same projects because you already have letters of recommendation. You already have Senator Warnock's office that agrees with them. You have Senator Ossoff's office that agrees with them. And so these are projects that I also recommend that you move forward on so that as FY25 comes around, and fortunately or unfortunately, the process has moved so slowly that FY24 is going to bump up against FY25. So you have not lost a step, and so that's why that recommendation is moving there to move forward with those same projects because you already have the foundation for it being successful.
Commissioner Frandon.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question is this different allocated money from the Warnock money that was 3.8 and 3. Like in 2 different, is this the same money or is this different money?
So the monies that you're speaking of are dollars that's part of the $12 million that has already been awarded.
Okay.
What we're proposing to you today is the 4 projects that are noted here, that we take those same 4 projects and reapply for FY25. As Mr. Clyburn stated, we've already done all of the groundwork. We have all of the financial figures as far as how it will impact budgets and going forward, us to be ready, be proactive, and as soon as the window opens for us to apply for FY25 dollars, we would like to run these same projects back for application.
But wasn't one of the projects National Hills that was originally in the 3.8 million, and now you're saying you won't do a different project? Because I'm pretty sure it's National Hills. That's my question. I mean,
I think it
projects
was
change?
a National Hills project, but this one here is a different matter. Dr. Malik, will you please expound on what the 2 differences were in one of those projects? I do recall also there was a project for Boykin Road.
Yes,
as
Boykin
well.
Road
So,
and National Hills.
Yeah,
Those are 2.
all of those are already funded. So these are in addition to that. These are separate applications.
Okay.
If you would allow Dr. Malik to
That's
speak to
fine.
the differences of the 2.
That was my question. You kind of just go ahead if he wants to speak to it.
Good afternoon. Yeah, the national was previously funded. So right now, I think this is the Forest Hill project. I don't have in front of me, but that's what, yeah. It's a similar nature, but it's different location.
Yeah, but I'm just making sure the National Hills money, because there was a chance for whatever reason we didn't get that, whatever happened with the money. Like, we're still getting those out, that money, and the project still happened. This is just an additional projects and money, is what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay,
This is,
that was
this
with
is
the clarity.
additional.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
That's all I want to clear up. Thank you.
Yeah. Can I have one? Yeah, so for those projects, we're going through the process. Since it's federal funding, the NEPA document is required, and that's what we're working right now. So we should be finishing up probably another 60, 90 days. And once we submit that to EPA, then they will proceed with releasing the funds.
Motion to approve.
Voting, Ms. Bonner. Thank you, sir. Safe travels back.
Mr. John.
Ms. Bonner, I think that's all for administrative service.
All right, before we convene engineering services to the Greater Augusta Chamber of Commerce, just want to say thank you and for your great work, but also thank you, excuse me? Also, thank you for your support on the JBA. We appreciate that as well. That did pass, and we're going to have a brand new arena, and your support was very much appreciated on both of those. So to you all, and Ms. Ronique West, I think she stepped out, and your staff, we certainly appreciate the work that you've done in helping us to achieve this goal. So thank you so much. All right. We'll bring engineering service to order. Is there any additions or deletions, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
Hearing none, I'll offer up a consent agenda item of item number 2.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing none, commissioners will vote by the usual sign.
Can you tell me what the minutes said? I'm picking.
No, I can't, but we certainly have someone here who can. with great clarity and conciseness. Commissioner from the 8th. Commissioner from the 8th. Okay. Commissioner from the 8th. All righty.
It's unanimous.
All right, top to bottom, Madam Clerk.
All right. Item number 1 is to approve and authorize environmental services landfill and waste collection operation optimization implementation to achieve operations required productivity and efficiency.
Sounds like something we've had a discussion on already. But with that being said, we're going to go ahead and bring up the necessary folks from traffic and engineering.
Good afternoon. Yeah, this is the part of the process which we, I was tasked to oversee the environmental services and review the operation and how operation can be improved and keep it in compliance and all that. So back in June 14, 2022, Commission acted on this process, and then on November 29th, 2022, updated the Commission, and back in February 23, presented the recommendations. So this is the continuity of that, and I'm going to ask Oscar Flight to give a little bit more detail. Dr. Oscar Flight is the lead front the operation person. He'd been on the side when the site opened at 4:30 a.m. really to understand what's going on with the operation, what it will take to improve the operation and cut the costs, and how we can keep the facility in compliance. So part of this process is to realign the operation in different area. And then I will come back on the associated costs and the funding of that. So.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you, Dr. Malik.
Please state your name.
Oscar Flight, Associate Director for Stormwater Environmental Services. We got a PDF to bring up here real quick.
Miss Natasha, no.
I'm really just going to, there's several slides in here, but I'm really just going to talk off this one here. Okay. All right. So it's only taken me a year and a half to figure out what the function of the landfill is, and I've distilled it down to something pretty simple. People bring you your stuff, and it's your job to make sure that none of it goes off-site, right? Everybody throws stuff out. Some is disgusting, some is not, right? It's just regular stuff, but it is our job every day to make sure that none of the solids, liquids, or gases that are related to garbage go off-site. Pretty simple operation. Now, in order to make it happen, the devil's in the details. It's a little more difficult. But what we have actually seen over the past year and a half, we've kind of flipped the script a little bit. The most important thing, if we say that the function is to make sure that everything stays on site, is compliance. All of this is related to compliance. I know there's a business behind it, but the reality is, as city elected officials, as employees, it is our job to make sure that that facility is always in compliance. So we've kind of flipped the script in terms of developing the compliance mindset for everybody on site. So it is our job to protect, in essence, the creek that is only 15 feet away from the landfill. It's our job to make sure that nothing gets into that creek, and we stay within compliance for all of the different components. As a result, by changing the mindset that we're there to protect the environment and stay in compliance, we've actually saved millions of dollars already just by having that mindset. So, for example, last year, so 21 budget happened in 22. There was just about $2 million that was spent on erosion and sedimentation control. $1.5 million for professional services related to the liquid or the leachate, handling the leachate in a compliant manner. So there's been millions of dollars spent in the past, but by flipping the script in terms of, let's think about compliance first, not just getting the garbage in and covering it every day, we've actually been able to save millions of dollars already. So by shifting that mindset, it's resulted in 3 significant changes at the landfill. We've saved millions of dollars in terms of the overall maintenance and activities, as I mentioned. We've had we've had Georgia EPD come in for 2 inspections, and they have been exceptional numbers. So we have met everything, all of the expectations that EPD was looking for.
Excuse me, is there a slideshow you're showing?
It was just the one slide for the reorganization. So.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, I'm just talking.
We're on the same sheet of music here.
Okay.
Sir and Dr. Malik, if you could move your verbal down to this end here, and they're going to be working on that while you can continue on down here on this side. Thank you. Thank you. All righty.
It'll just take a second to load it back up here.
No problem. Well, that kind of, okay.
Copy to the desktop.
I did over there.
Let's move it over to.
I realize only showing one slide, I think, but.
Oh.
All right, does that work? Okay.
Well, that's. Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
I'm gonna put it in.
Okay. So we'll just show this slide for a moment. So as I mentioned, we've saved millions of dollars in terms of always chasing compliance. We've had an exemplary compliance record with Georgia EPD on the last on the 2 inspections that we've had. We're getting ready to actually do another one by the end of the year. And then overall, we've just protected the environment. So all very significant things, but in terms of cost savings, right? That's the big part. There's been a lot of money saved. So rethinking the organization and then reorganizing it, and that's really where we are today. So we have the mindset, we have put changes in place. Now we're coming back to discuss what we've done at this point, and then to talk about the actual reorganization of the employees. So over that time period, we're proposing to put some of these positions in place to reorganize the functions. So the landfill manager was over everything, and that's really too much, right? Mostly the daily operation is enough for one person, and so we've kind of split some of those functions and some of those duties over 2 people. So that's part of this proposal. The other thing that we've noticed is, what we're really trying to do with the reorg is having the right equipment for the job, having the right people for the job, and then finally having the right training. We have understood now over the past year and a half everybody's strengths and weaknesses, and this is really where this reorganization is coming from. That's kind of the background. So the thing that we have noticed is this is a daily operation. It runs 6 days a week. And one of the biggest issues, if someone calls out sick, there's someone else that has to be pulled from another shift to come and fill that position. So we need some cushion in terms of the number of employees, because all of those operations are significant, and we can't have someone, I mean, obviously people call out sick and are on vacation, but we do need people to come in and fill those roles, or else we can't meet the compliance component. There's plenty enough for people to do out there, so it's not like we have 2 people, one person, if no one calls in sick, that we're going to put that other person to work on the compliance side of things, not necessarily on the daily operation. Mm-hmm. And so all of that to say that, we're coming back to you to really ask, we rethought the organization, we're reorganizing, and we're really just trying to come back and get the green light to move ahead with the plan.
That's right.
Next one.
Yeah. So to implement that plan, there is a cost associated with that. So always. That's that's what the slide right now is showing. For the landfill side, around $400,000 additional is needed to implement that. As you see in the agenda item, Administrator, Ms. Dodge, she has that condition in the financial impact that the cost should be reconciled in the operating budget. So we already had that discussion this morning, but I'm going to go a little bit further into that. What's my suggestion is, right now I really can't cut the operational budget to show, okay, cut it from here to here, but as we said, we are already working through the operation to reduce the cost, and we did whatever we can do as far as the rate goes. The $5 was the maximum per ton, giving the market rate can be adjusted, and thank you for approving that. So it's already implemented in progress. Operational hours were reduced from 12 hours a day to 11 hours a day. So we're working through it on that. And really the positions, these are not the entry-level positions. These are the senior positions where these people are going to have a key role and we'll have a responsibility to make this operation functional. And we don't have to go to out of compliance because last two consent orders, the first one, Augusta spent almost $2 million, and the second one was, there was $7 million. It's on that. So, so this is the proposed budget slide, which is right now, we're all discussing, and we have that discussion this morning too.
That's the delta you was referencing this morning at 358,000.
Yeah. So there is a lab salary there too, and really there's only 4 positions that are entry. One is 2 are entry level operator, and 2 are number 2 on that. So that's around $230,000, which we will fill very soon. We're working through it as soon as we find the qualified operators. So right now, there's no room to really cut the operational budget. So here is what I proposed previously too and discussed this morning. We need to look at the franchise fee. So I know right now that's a totally different discussion, but I want to get to that if we just use the franchise fee to the non-contracted base, which is $12,600,000, because $4 million is coming out of the contracted base. And that is separate and already been, there's a franchise associated with that. So we've already been paid, and in my opinion, on that one. So that, if we do that and don't do franchise, right now the franchise fee, 1.1 million, is roughly $17 million revenue, equate to if we do 6%. Same as the interest, because that's variable, and I'm not going to get into that detail, 1.2 million interest. But if we do that, the franchise fee can be reduced to 756. That will give us 255,000 there. And we did a review of the depreciation through the consultant, and consultant came back that the depreciation amount is higher than it should be based on the 10-year budget review, and it can be reduced about $500,000. And that sheet I submitted previously during the budget conversation or the work session. So, and my recommendation was to reduce depreciation to $300,000. So instead of 2.635, make it 2.335. So that will free up enough money to move forward with this restructuring or reorg, and hopefully, we will manage to reduce additional operational costs like site maintenance, because it's a sandy area, and I really will encourage you all to visit the landfill, or we can arrange a group visit, and really you need to see that operation and how big that is and what kind of challenge there. So that's kind of my request and all that, because without resolving the funding and that condition is there, even you all approve it, really, I'm not going anywhere, because if the money is not there, it's just going to stop right there.
All right, a couple of questions that I have before I move on. If you go back up to the initial slide that was shown.
Structure.
Right there, right there. And you said the landfill manager, the senior landfill manager, that's a new position?
So the red,
or
there
so
are new
position's
positions.
been there, but it's now new requirements or scope up underneath that position.
Yeah, we're spreading the responsibilities. So there was one person that just had too much to cover.
And what was his title?
So I believe that, so we have made these assistant landfill managers, right? So those were the positions that we're making.
Yeah.
So there's several different things that occur at the landfill. One of them is just the operation. You take in the garbage, right? That's a very big operation.
Right.
But there's ancillary things such as the gas plant. So the gas has to come out. So one person runs the gas plant, but this assistant landfill manager oversees it. So that individual has actually done everything on the landfill that there is to do. He worked in the shop, he worked in the gas plant, he's an operator. So he actually oversees everything because he's got the institutional knowledge. He just doesn't need to go out there and do it because, that's what the landfill manager compliance mechanical is doing. He is the person, he is really the only person on call at the entire landfill because if that gas plant goes down, someone needs to go in there and fix it. And that's the person, but this assistant for control and maintenance, he's the person that's done everything out there. So there's two people that have that knowledge.
And this has been ran through HR to make sure that we've covered the tasks or knowledge, skills, and attributes that's required of that position?
Yes, sir. So this conversation with HR and all has been going on for several months. I did share with this information with the HR director and actually have in-person meeting, and they have all the information on this.
And the monetary compensation that goes with that as well?
Yeah, this whole structure, that other Excel sheet where 411 is shown. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. And what does that $1 million do to the budget that we've been currently discussing? Now you can go down. I think it's a couple. The franchise. Where'd it go?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Payment in lieu of franchise.
Yeah. So
it's $1 million.
Right now it's $1 million, and if you convert it from 6%, roughly 17 million revenue, generate $1 million of that. And that's a different discussion, and we have briefly this morning too. But what I'm requesting and recommending is to just consider only the non-contracted, which is the major part of the revenue, which is right now projected to be 12.6, and that's really because of that $5 increase on that, on that, and that will come very close to 6% of $756,000.
All right, Madam Administrator.
Commissioner, it is key to note several things here. One, this is my first knowledge of seeing this document. I was not expecting Dr. Malik to propose expenditures in this fashion. If you note on his agenda item that he submitted, he states that this impact will be managed through environmental services operations overall cost reduction. I was prepared to support his plan by the caveat of adding that the interim administrator requests cost reductions be outlined and provided to reflect accurately in the FY24 budget. The positions that he is requesting to add to his operations, again, I don't have a problem with those, but they would just need to be included in the budget to ensure that the funding is allocated in his salaries line item. There is also one position outside of his vacancies throughout the department that he is proposing to RIF. With the department having vacancies, I was hoping that there would be a way for us to be able to slot that individual elsewhere versus having to RIF that employee. But those are my concerns with his proposal as stated here. I was expecting him to be able to outline where his savings would come from his current operations to be able to support the new positions he's looking to fund for his efficiency purposes.
So the statement that was made earlier that the directors have the autonomy to manipulate, if you will, their budget within their department, this is something that's a little different than that statement?
No, sir. If you recall specifically when I answered your question, I stated except for salaries. And this particular case relates directly to salaries. Dr. Malik is requesting to have 5 new positions. So any dollars that's within their salary line items is what would require commission approval to proceed.
Which is where we're at now.
That's correct.
Okay, just have to make sure we're all clear up here on that. What say you, Dr. Malik, in reference to where we are?
I mean, I just stated, this slide I prepared part of the budget discussion, and it was right fit here too. But right now, I can't really put the dollar number where I'm going to cut. And as we say, you know, in the 2 years, we demonstrated as a team, engineering and services, we bringing the costs down, and we actually, you know, changed the rate structure, which did not even change. We reduced the volume discounts the way it was given. We've uniformed that to working through it. But the way I'm reading the agenda, the intent is I need to put the dollar amount. I cannot do it right now because the operation has already been cut, and the revenue, the way it's shown, is up to the upper limit. It's not the lower limit. So there's no room in the revenue even to increase that.
So the agenda item states as follows: approve and authorize environmental services, landfill and waste collections, operations optimization, implementation to achieve operations required productivity and efficiency. So there's something that you want us to approve here today, authorize and approve. There's a dollar value that's associated with that. Where's the savings coming from, and what line item or what fund site, if you will, would these monies be coming from?
I mean, I stated right now really can't because it's a compliance issue. It's a compliance issue. So if we don't adopt this structure, still the compliance requirements are there. So
no, I'm not saying we wouldn't adopt it. I'm simply asking where these funds don't just come out of the air. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not needed or anything like that. I'm trying to get to the bottom line up front of it all. What's the dollar figure? Where is it coming from? Because if you want us to approve and authorize something, I need to know what it is that we're approving and authorizing, and then where is it coming from, so that not just me, myself, but we can make a good decision on what it is that we're talking about. We know exactly where it's coming from. We do that, then we're in good shape if it all makes sense.
So I'm expecting, as we did in 23 and part of 23, expecting there will be reduction in overtime because the way it's structured going to work, and there should be reduction in contract services. Those are the two items I can, say, with the confidence right now that that's what this improvement plan. And this year I did not come to this body and ask for more money. We're working with the budget. Like the last year was $7 million, and the year before was $2 million was added to the facility through the reserve fund, some other fund.
Commissioner Mason, if Dr. Malik is proposing to reduce his contract services, we can make that reduction, increase his salaries line item for him to hire the 5 positions that he has proposed here, and then later in the year, continue to review his budget to see if that was an appropriate reduction from one line item to another, and make the appropriate changes necessary at that time.
Commissioner Scott, I'm coming to you, but Dr. Malik, is that what you would work for, what you're asking for here?
I'm trying to
think about that. Hold on.
No, yeah, again, I will not propose the dollar amount cut right now. What I'm saying is that's the area which I see the potential revenue. Yes, we can come back in 6 months and review it.
Yeah, we got to meet in the middle somewhere, and it can't it can't be all right. Well, let me go to Super District Commissioner Francine Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not on your committee, but may I ask?
Absolutely.
And I don't know if it's Ms. Dowse or Dr. Malik. When we was in the budget work session just a few minutes ago, and we had a conversation, what Dr. Malik is proposing now, how would it be an impact? Would this be more money he's asking for? And I believe, was it last year, we actually did some position change and upgrades in this.
That's correct, Commissioners. So Dr. Malik proposed what he referred to as Phase 1, which was similar in scale to his reorganization of environmental services. He's been there now a little over a year and has continued to improve the operations and efficiencies of the department. The $325,000 that we spoke of earlier relates to grounds maintenance related services. Those dollars are proposed to come from ARP to infuse into the services that engineering manages from Parks and Recreation. The funds that he is, or the Phase 2 of his productivity and efficiency that he is describing to you today, when he and I talked, was to be funded from operational savings and efficiencies. In order for us to include the 5 positions that he is requesting in the budget, which will be presented to you on Tuesday, I have to have a funding source. And in doing so, my request of him was to outline where you would like to reduce one line item to increase your salaries line item. That's what he is stating now, that he can't itemize at this point, but I am proposing to go ahead and move the funds from contractual services and then make any adjustments as necessary in the future. This body has already communicated a review of the budget in 6 months. That would be in June of '24. That could be a plausible time to do so then, but that was my recommendation after hearing what Dr. Malik has just stated.
Commissioner Scott, with a follow-up.
So we supposed to approve a budget Tuesday. Here it is today. We got some more added money or whatever. So you're going to come in Tuesday with some different numbers. Is that what I'm hearing?
Are you? Oh, who are you asking that question of? Ms. Dowse?
Ms. Dowse,
Interim
Ms.
Administrator.
Williams.
The positions that are before you today were not requested in environmental services budget. So these are new requests. However, Dr. Malik has proposed a funding source which would essentially be a wash. So that's of no effect to the budget. We would decrease one line item, increase another line item, which would not be consequential.
Thank you.
Okay. Is that?
Yes, if I may, I'll bring attention to this slide. This information generated by our consultant reviewing all that. This related to depreciation. And if you go at the middle, where highlighted area, recommendation, that is that about $500,000 can be reduced, and that's one of the recommendations I'm making, to reduce that in the budget from 2.6 to 2.3. That will get us very close to 411, and we deal with that $111,000. See, this is the review done by the third party, the things, and that is, you can go to the budget side. Yeah, so that is in the middle. We say depreciation right now. There,
We're going to go with, let our administrator have a follow-up here, and then I'm going to go with Commissioner Garrett, and then Commissioner Lewis will close us out.
I wanted to state that I, along with staff, have reviewed his advisor's documentation in regards to depreciation. However, those numbers were not supported. If you note that they date back as far as 2021, Dr. Malik, can you go back to that slide, please? Whereas my request was for data that was more current. Thank you.
Oh, 21, yeah. Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Chairman. Administrator, were you done? Yes. Okay. I just want to make sure, because really the only question that I have in regards to this is basically, in order for this to be effective, do you have to do all 5 positions at one time, or could we do like a 2-year implementation of it to help us plan better since, you know, as Commissioner Scott just told us and reminded us that we're supposed to be ratifying a budget next week. Just trying to help plan for this, or, you know, is this something that we can do over the next 2 years to help implement it? And I know you're looking for efficiencies and things like that, but.
Definitely, I need the lead position 3 on the top, because they will be, you know, tasked to do that. Then there's other 2 with the lead operator and operator 3. You know, I can come back.
I mean, if that's something that I think that we could meet in the middle, as Chairman Mason suggested, I think that that's probably the most appropriate way forward, just with, if I'm reading the tea leaves okay, the correct way up here. And if that's the case, I'd make a motion to implement this, as the director just said, would be appropriate over the next 2 years with the top 3 positions, and then do the 2 positions at a later date.
Are we clear on a fund site for that?
Well,
Because I'm still
she said
like,
that they were going to take away from.
oh, wait, well, if we were using the recommendation, let me get Commissioner Lewis in on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. See, if this is not an all or nothing proposition that we're faced with, then I think the inroads is where my colleague has led us to, the commissioner from the 8th, that if we can fund, if not all 5 positions, if we can do it in phases to help meet the optimization and the efficiency of said landfill operations, then I think that we need to go that route. I think that's the route that we need to go. Having said that, with the administrator being able to go and move those line items from one to the other so it doesn't add any additional cost to this government. So having said that,
need a second.
Mr. Chair, I second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, commissioners vote by the usual sign. Pushing the doggone button. If I want a roll call, I'll holler for it. Who said no?
Was it me again?
Don't tell me it was me.
Was it me again?
Well, tell me how you wanted to vote it in the event it's you.
Yes, I want to vote yes.
Sorry, Bobby was distracting me.
Okay, so you're a yes.
I am.
Okay.
No, I pushed yes.
Oh, it was Tony. With no further business before the Engineering Service Committee, we stand adjourned. Oh, wait, no. Whoa, hold on. Number 3, I'm sorry, Mr. Durant.
Don't make sure to come up here.
That's what I was trying to get to. Mr. Durant. All right, next one. Can't hear you.
By the Greater Augusta Arts Council to present for information to the commission the intent to create a mural festival using the walls on the 5th Street abutment between Reynolds Street and 5th Street Freedom Bridge. The funds for this project have already been secured through a grant from the Porter Fleming Foundation. Augusta Engineering recommends the project move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. This should really only take an hour, hour and a half at the most.
That's okay.
Right. I mean, you're good, right? Everyone's good? So here I am. I'm Brenda Durant. I'm the director of the Greater Augusta Arts Council. I'm the person who runs the public art for the city of Augusta, along with Pax Barbaro. And I'm here today to share good news. This is a betwixt and between update for you that we did. The city has just taken control of the 5th Street Bridge. We've been waiting for this magic moment for quite some time. We have received a grant, as Lena read to you, from the Porter Fleming Foundation to do a mural festival on the white abutment leading up to the 5th Street Bridge. This is not painting on the bridge itself. It's from a little bit beyond Reynolds Street to the bridge itself. So the next step will put out a call and find some artists to do a mural festival and paint the abutment of the bridge. And so this is just, I'm not asking for anything. This is a telling, not an asking, but I'm here if you have any questions. How
That's
about
the line
that?
I see is the funds for this project have already been secured.
Aren't we the greatest in the world?
That you are.
We are.
Any, Commissioner Garrett?
Thanks, sir. My only question is, and the administrator stepped out, so I was going to ask if she needed any direction from us.
Where's the assistant? There's no assistant? Okay.
Everybody's gone. I'm just not sure if we need to do anything in regard.
We have gotten permission already from John Estrie at Traffic Engineering. This is all a go. This has been approved. I think we have, Pax Babo is very detailed.
Okay.
And
Well,
so I think we dotted our I's and crossed our T's, okay?
Well, if that's the case, then I say we accept this as information.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, good afternoon, Ms. Durant. How are you?
I'm great.
Congratulations on this. I love when you come and say don't need any money. You're doing great work for the city. I've gotten several inquiries regarding the murals at Daniel Village. Is there any?
Yes, so we have had conversations with that department. Is it utilities? Is that right? So I think I wrote to you, Catherine, about this, that we have in conversations. The conversations kind of dead-ended. I think the problem was money to update the murals and repair some of the walls. And I did ask Pax after I heard from Commissioner McKnight to re-enter in the conversations, and so we have.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I was just going to thank you for bringing that up. Thank you for acknowledging me here. I wanted to say thank you, Mr. Mayor, also for bringing that up. I was going to say, mention what he just brought up, that we make sure we try to take care of these murals so that they are not deteriorating like the ones over there that have faded over on utilities at Highland.
Yes. Well, whenever murals are painted or public art is put in, it's important to have a maintenance plan, which is not the job of the Arts Council.
It's right here.
Just putting that out there in a very sweet way. Aren't I just so sweet and darling about how I just said that? I thought so.
No, I know you want it top notch. It's on us to make sure that they're taken care of. So, but thank you for all you do.
It is such a pleasure. We love working with the city. You have been great partners in many ways, many departments working with us on public art, and it's been a pleasure to work with you. In fact, a lot of times I get inquiries on public art listservs, and it says, does anyone have partnerships with their city? And I'm always so proud to talk about the things that you help fund and that we do with the city. So thank you.
Did y'all get that, media? Did y'all get that on camera? No, see, your camera's not even rolling now. We have it. Oh, my bad. We have receiver's information. Did someone?
Well, we can do it without objection.
Without
if you're
objection.
good.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
With no further business before the Engineering Service Committee, we stand adjourned.
All right. We will call the Finance Committee meeting to order, although we don't have any quorum. We don't have a quorum to conduct business. So we will forward our items to Tuesday's agenda. We have more than one. Hold on, I can't hear. Say it again. We can't hear you, Ms. Bonner.
You want to move these to the full commission?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's two. So we'll forward those to the full commission. And
we'll just move the jail pods, and we'll put the minutes on the next committee.
Yes, ma'am. Meeting adjourned.
Ms. Bonner, I need to make a point of privilege, please.
Okay.
I'd like to say happy birthday.
That's right.
To my colleague down from the first.
We did earlier.
No, I want to put for record, thank you. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
We was trying to get the cookie going, but we couldn't get it, sir.